Alrighty, good evening, everyone. I am meteorologist Seth Bonoff here. Got some severe weather in our area now as we approach 8:30. We've got it kind of on the periphery of our area. Lots of action up there into parts of central Illinois, northwestern Illinois. Our friends at WMBD are certainly busy here right now tonight. Plenty of warnings as this line of storms is now finally starting to push this direction. And yeah, we're gonna have some company here with these storms before too terribly long. In fact, we've got a lot of warnings out here ahead of all of these storms. Just kind of a lot of far downstream warnings to get people ready here. Storm motions on them are relatively quick. We're talking maybe 45 up to 50 or 55 miles an hour. We've got meteorologist Jacob Dicki out there in the storm tracker. We'll be seeing some of his images here as we go throughout the night. He is kind of heading out there he's north of Springfield now into northern Sangamon County. So we'll be checking in on him as we go throughout the night. We might be here for a little while. We're going to have some shows coming up soon as well. But the main thing is we're going to have a lot of storms here in the area before too long. They are knocking on our doorstep, and we are prepping for them to get right here into our north and western counties. Just want to make sure everyone can hear me okay on the stream. I always want to check that here before we get too deep into things to make sure that we are loud and clear to whoever is here to listen to us. So just kind of taking a step back, looking at the huge overview of things here. Again, these storms just on our far northwest edge right now, but these are some pretty strong storms. All of these warnings right now warned for 70-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is the widespread thing that we're going to watch out for here with these storms. The winds are going to be packed all throughout this line. But on top of that, we have got some embedded circulations as well. We actually do have a tornado warning with a confirmation. That's kind of magenta box here. That does include parts of northern Logan County out there into southwestern McLean County as well. So we do have that. That storm still well off to our west, but now is the time to make those preparations because that storm is on its way. That particular portion of that storm, the one that is tornado warned, that one is currently moving at 60 miles an hour, according to the National Weather Service. So we have oftentimes in these kind of bowing segments of these storms, the wind gusts really rush out ahead of them. Therefore, that portion of the storm can kind of move a lot faster than the entire line itself can. So how about we do this? Let's grab one of our tools here and cue it up for 60 miles an hour. And let's just look downstream this warning because, again, this is a very long warning. You don't see warnings this long all that often, but they're only issued whenever there is a storm that is really starting to surge out here. Thanks to some pretty strong winds. So it'll only take about 30 minutes for this to get into parts of McLean County. So there you go, some locations and the timing that they will be arriving there. So that'll be in San Jose in the next 5 minutes. Looking down the line out there closer to Atlanta as we head past 845 and eventually Allen as well. So again, that is on the far northern edge of Logan County is where that warning is, in the far southwestern corner of McLean County. That is a confirmed tornado. I believe there have been a handful of these throughout the night. Most of them have been radar confirmed because at this point in the night, we're not really getting a ton in the way of spotters being able to see this with the loss of the sunshine there to allow us to do so. So we've got that tornado warning. Oh, let's see here. So it was spotter confirmed. So this one's a little bit, when you get the radar confirmation, obviously you take that as truthful as well. But those spotter confirmations maybe just mean a tiny little bit more sometimes because you actually have someone that is able to spot that and see that. So watch out. Places like out there near Delavan, Hartsburg, again, parts northern Logan County, Atlanta here before too long. That storm is moving rather quickly. In other parts of the area, we've got this segment down here. I think with southwestward extent, the segment kind of not quite as strong, but these warnings, this big warning here especially, that covers parts of, covers all of Menard, covers all of Logan and parts of Sangamon County, parts of DeWitt County, parts of McLean County. That is a huge warning, and they also issue those whenever there are strong winds likely up and down that line. We've got 70-plus mile-an-hour gusts possible here within this line, so there is plenty going on. Let's, in fact, pull up our velocity picture here. We can kind of show you some of those stronger winds, show you where some of these circulations are starting to stand out, and give you a little better look at that. So again, some really bright colors here just jumping off the monitor. And this is still, hundreds, thousands of feet up in the air. The Lincoln radar, of course, as it scans, it is going to go higher and higher the farther away you are. But these blue colors, those are 70-plus mile-an-hour gusts in the upper levels of the atmosphere, or at least little bit above the surface, not quite at the ground, but it's not going to take too much for some of these to get down to the surface. So we're talking at minimum, again, 70-mile-an-hour gusts along this main edge of storms. So that is the main concern here with this line that is moving on through. As far as circulations go, again, this tornado warning just outside of Mason City, this one has been spotter confirmed. You can kind of see some of these strong velocity signatures there on the east side of that, perhaps where there could be some rotation right there outside of Allen's Grove. So watching out for that. Again, just north and west of our area, but not by much. That Lincoln radar is not very far away from this storm whatsoever. So this is about as close to the ground of a view as we can possibly get. And I know there's a lot of places here that aren't being affected by this yet, but if you're kind of on the fringes of our area here, the coverage area that we provide at WCIA in Central Illinois, this stuff is moving on through right now, and we are going to, again, be pretty busy here for probably at least the next couple of hours, as this line means some business up there in Peoria. They've got a tornado warning across the city as well, and off there to the north and east. So plenty happening here. Thankfully, the rotating storms have just stayed outside of our area here up to this point. But that is starting to knock on our door and even kind of enter into our area within the last handful of minutes with some of these warnings. Again, lots of time ahead of these warnings. That's not to lessen your sense of urgency, but just be prepared for these storms if they hold together. Again, confirmed tornado that is going to graze parts of northern Logan and southwestern McLean counties here before too terribly long. And there we go. We have a tornado warning that is actually right over the top of Logan County right now into parts of Lincoln as well. So we have got that now in our area, and let's kind of get things set up here to increase our coverage just a little bit. Brandon, have you seen Kevin around anywhere? Okay, he's still back there. So he's still back there. He knows what's going on. So we've got that tornado warning right over the central part of Logan County. This is going to include Broadwell, of course, Lincoln as well, and eventually into Chestnut too. So we are going to kind of get some pieces moved around here to make sure that we are keeping everyone covered. This storm also, again, this polygon is well out ahead of the area of rotation here, but let's jump down to velocity and see what's under the hood here with this storm. So we're kind of seeing this bright signature east of Greenview a little bit. That one looks like it's moving straight off there to the east based on the way this warning is drawn up. That is going to be moving rather fast as well. That is, in fact, moving at 55 miles per hour. So these storms, wherever the rotation is becoming dominant, they seem to have a little bit of giddy up on them. And in fact, we might now have Jacob close enough to the storm to where he can just offer some insight. So Jacob, let the folks know where you're at and let them know what you can see on this now tornado-warned storm.
Yeah, hey, Seth. So I'm looking straight west from Elkhart right now. If I turn around and go back east, which I plan to do, I'll end up in Mount Pulaski. Kind of looking off in this direction. First off, there's not a lot of lightning, but there's enough where you kind of get the feature. Very evident that there's a shelf cloud that's here. But as the warning came out, I was kind of peeking over around the corner here. And it's going to be about 1, 2 o'clock in front of me. Maybe the lightning will be kind to give us a view, but there was something kind of sticking down over there a little bit. Not fully to the ground, but enough lower than the rest of it where kind of caught my attention. So that's my suspicion. We're still quite a ways away from it, but we're going to watch things here for a little bit. And then my plan will be to head to the east towards Mount Pulaski and use 54. I think the storm's heading up towards Hartsburg and Delavan. That's what we're going to do. So that's kind of the plan that I've got there, Seth. But watching this now tornado warning storm in Logan County, a lot of concern now for McLean, DeWitt counties in the immediate future. Eventually, I think this brings it close to Champaign, Piatt, Ford, Livingston, and Iroquois counties. So those are the counties I think that need to be heads up in the next couple of hours. We'll keep you updated, Seth. We're going to watch this for a little bit and bail east to Mount Pulaski in the Storm Tracker in Elkhart. I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Jacob. And of course, we now have the capability of kind of tracking where he's at as long as his stuff's updating there. So we can see right where he is using our radar here. Again, he's just kind of south of that warning, but heading up that direction. So he's going to have eyes on the ground as that storm moves on through, or as good of eyes as you can get here in the nighttime. Again, tornado warning cutting right through the heart of Logan County. This one not quite into the county just yet. We'll pull up that velocity image one more time here and kind of pinpoint where exactly that is at and perhaps how it's trended here in the last 30 minutes or so. So give me a moment just to cue that up, and we'll now put that in motion. So again, this is getting pretty close to the Lincoln radar. In fact, it's going to get close enough to the point where we might lose the best look at it because of the wind turbines out there. The closer to the radar you get to, it's got that cone of silence around it that's not going to allow anything to be seen. But you can kind of see that bright green right to the west of Corwin there. That is starting to move off there to the east and eventually there into the central part of Logan County. So again, that is a tornado warning here that is starting to cut through parts of our area. And we are also seeing an expansion, it looks like, in our tornado watch. Let me pull that up here real briefly, and then we'll continue looking at all that stuff. But we've got a tornado watch that's now been expanded for more counties in our area. There we go. So this goes until 11 p.m. Very few counties excluded from this. That is just Effingham, Jasper, and Crawford County. So apparently Storm Prediction Center, Weather Service sees enough. They think these storms are going to hold their strength. They're going to continue to push off to the east. So maybe the I-57 area a little bit more kind of in the crosshairs for this storm threat compared to what they saw when they initialed that original watch. That was about the western half of the area. So we've got that's now on our plates. Tornado watch across pretty much all of central Illinois. But again, here is our storm to watch right here across parts of Logan County. And that storm just getting ready to head in here before too long. So we're keeping an eye out for all of that. As we zoom things out a little bit here, we can see that, again, a lot of us are storm free at the moment. And a lot of us are out of the picture here. You know, Springfield, nothing's there yet. Effingham, Mattoon, Charleston, Champaign, even up there into Gibson City. But we've got this stuff up here to the north and west that is now starting to race into the area. Everything is still right on the edge of our area. Outside of Cass and Morgan County, we really don't have anything truly in here just yet. But now is the time to get prepared. Again, if you are anywhere in this polygon here, you've probably gotten the warning on your phone, probably gotten the notification. You need to be in your tornado safe spot here. And let's pull up the list of locations once again for those in the path of this warning. So we'll track it out for about the next 30 minutes or so. And there you go. If you see your town on this list or you know that you're in that polygon, seek shelter immediately here. Corwin, in the next 5 minutes, it'll be there. Elkhart, within the next 10 minutes. Lincoln, that one will be there in just a little over 15 minutes. So this storm's moving with a bit of speed. It's going to have movement around 50 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour on it. So that will carry it all the way out there eventually to Mount Pulaski, Chestnut, closer to 9 o'clock, and eventually Latham if things continue to trend the way they are. So that is our main storm of interest right now. Still plenty of other action happening all up and down this line. It's still on our doorstep. We've got warnings on the western edge of Livingston County. We've got warnings on the western edge and even into parts of McLean County. So it's a lot of our north and western counties here right now that are watching out for the strongest of storms. But again, a lot of these warnings well out ahead to give you plenty of time to prepare. Don't look at it on radar and say, hey, it's pretty far away. I don't have to worry about it. It's giving you time to act right now and make sure you can get to your safe spot there, especially because even if we don't have any sort of confirmed tornadoes in this event as it gets closer, 70-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts are pretty much equivalent to a weak tornado. So we're going to have those strong gusts up and down this line, and you need to sort of treat it as if it is that tornadic storm, because you are going to see damage similar to maybe what you would there with some of those weaker tornadoes. That is what 70-plus mile-an-hour gusts will end up doing. So, again, let's dive under the hood, look at the velocity picture here. And we're just going to see such bright colors. Again, this is anytime you start to see that blue on the screen, that is equivalent to about 70 miles an hour. And we're still somewhat close to the ground here with the Lincoln radar. So this is not far away from the surface whatsoever. We've got just kind of broad, bright colors here with this line outside or now into parts of Cass County, Menard County, just outside of Logan County. But you look up here to the north and west, just to the west of us here, you've got some of these kind of brighter contrasts right here. Some of these couplets that we call them, these brighter greens, some of these brighter pinks. So those are areas to watch for rotation. And of course, we have that on our storm that is moving into parts of Logan County right now. We'll move you back down to that here just real quick. Sorry about that. Looks like something forced my radar off there real quick. So I'll show you again what I'm talking about. We'll zoom back in on that storm into now starting to enter the far western edge of Logan County. And if we dive into velocity once again, we're going to see that bright green here, again, just outside of Corwin, just kind of watching this broad area here. Nothing that looks like, you know, a slam dunk couplet, but this is the early sign of something starting to really form together, especially when you see a color that bright. That means some pretty strong winds in there regardless. So whether or not there's rotation, it is going to be very windy. So this will move right through parts of Logan County here, and this is going to be quite the windy storm. Be prepared to, again, treat it as if it's a tornado warning, even in these severe thunderstorm warning areas. Be away from windows, be away from outside exterior walls, because anything, when winds that strong, can go flying around. You don't want to be next to a window if some sort of object starts coming your way. Of course, you want to, again, treat that as if it is a tornado warning, even if it is not. Okay, so obviously activity starting to pick up here across the area, and we are listening to your reports as well if you have anything, if you're seeing anything out your way. But again, a lot of this so far is still on the edges of our area, but Jacksonville's starting to feel the storm action. Petersburg is now in on it, and before too long, we're going to feel that here. Okay, so we now have a confirmed tornado heading into parts of central Logan County. So this will include Lincoln. This will include Broadwell, Chesterville, Chestnut. We now have a confirmation on this tornado. Let me check again if this is confirmed. Let's go ahead and see if we can hop on, guys, and start some coverage here. Okay, so we're calling them right now. Stand by here on stream. I'll keep you guys updated here, but we're going to have a little bit of a transition as we make our way onto television. Again, a confirmed tornado warning now starting to move over Logan County. Before too long, it will be into a town like Lincoln. So again, just bear with us here while we make the transition, make the switch over here to television. But again, if you are out there in parts of central Logan County, this is a confirmed tornado now. This one is radar confirmed, so there's not spotter eyes on it, but there's clearly enough that is being seen here on radar imagery. In fact, let me see if I can, they've been kind of doing these based on if they can see any sort of debris ball in these storms. It's hard enough to tell. And again, there's a lot of static out there with some of these wind turbines, so I can't see anything that definitively makes me think it is, but there's clearly enough strong winds in there to where they have opted to say this one certainly could be putting down a tornado at any moment. So we're about 20 seconds away from making the switch to television here. So if you are in our streams right now, just stand by. You will stay right here with us. We're not going anywhere, but we're also going to jump on TV and make sure that we are getting coverage to those who need it as well. Okay. So we are now on WCIA. I'm meteorologist Seth Bonoff. We are breaking in now to bring some severe weather coverage to you, because we now not only have severe thunderstorm warnings in the area, we have a confirmed tornado warning, and that has prompted a little extra action here. So this is where we're looking at a lot of storms on the edge of our area, but we have a confirmed tornado warning, radar confirmed tornado warning that expands across the central part of Logan County. This is going to include the city of Lincoln, and this tornado warning is going to be in effect here until it looks like this one's going to go in effect until at least 9 p.m. So we're really going to keep an eye out for this one, as it, again, is radar confirmed. We jump under the hood here into velocity, and we're going to see some bright greens just outside of Corwin here in just a moment. And it's really approaching the radar site. There's some wind turbines out there into parts of Logan County as well. So our radar imagery might get a little static here before too long, with just a little bit of the radar beam catching some of those structures out there. But right there east of Corwin, heading straight to the east. We'll have to see how this trends. It's possible it ends up going just south of Lincoln, but we can't take anything too safely here. You need to be in your tornado safe spot if you are downstream of this warning. So again, if you see your name on here, whether it be Lincoln, out there in the Chesterville, out there in the Chestnut as well, be in your tornado safe spot. These warnings have lots of downstream warning time to them to allow you to prepare and get into your safe space. But anytime you see those pink boxes, that is when it's go time. That is when it's time to head down into your tornado safe space. We've got plenty of other help happening right here as well. We've got meteorologist Jacob Dicki out the storm tracker. Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy is with us now as well. In fact, I'm hearing that Jacob has something to report to us. So let's check in with meteorologist Jacob Dicki real quick. Jacob, let the folks know where you are and what you're seeing. Okay, we can take it back. It looks maybe has lost his signal there. So let me know once we get that back, because it sure sounds like he's got something he is able to report to us. So when you get that signal back, we'll send it back to Jacob there. But like I said, we've also got Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy here with us. Kevin, what are you seeing here with this confirmed tornado on radar, and just your general thoughts on where it's heading?
Yeah, so first off here, we're cutting in. We've got tornado warnings confirmed. And that's the thing here, is this confirmation of a tornado. Anytime you've got this box that's purple, okay, that means that this isn't anymore just potential. This isn't just radar, indicated. This is confirmed that either we've had a spotter, law enforcement has seen it, or we've detected debris within the radar signal. And so here it is. Here's Lincoln, right here, Broadwell. Okay, so this is the box. This is the area of concern. So what we're going to do here is we're going to zoom in just a little bit more on this, and it's going to be. Jacob says he can see it. Okay, all right.
Let's see if we can get them.
So here's the thing, folks. I just want to caution you here again. It's dark. You're only going to be able to see this through the flashes of lightning. So keep that in mind here. Jacob says he can see something there. So Jacob, what do you got there? A little lowering, it looks like. Okay. Again, I can see it there kind of lighting up. When we get Jacob, he'll jump in here when he gets his audio there. But we're looking at the shot there. You can see off in the distance there is a little bit of distance there. So you can see there's a little bit of a lowering that is trying to take place there off there in the distance. So, all right, I think we might have Jacob's audio now. So Jacob, it's awfully dark there, but you can see something. So go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hey, Seth, I can hear you now. Real quick, east of Elkhart here, I can see that lowering, and if the lightning is polite to us here, you'll see where this large lowering is, and that's where this possible tornado is going to be back in there. So it's moving here. It's going to be just north of Elkhart towards Broadwell, not by much. It's going to come very close to the south side of Lincoln there. So it'll be down there, perhaps the south and east side. It will not surprise me if the National Weather Service has to shelter as the storm comes in, because it's going to be very close to their office as well here. The other thing, there's been a large shelf cloud with this, a lot of wind pushing out, but the rotation itself is wrapped back up in there. So we're keeping a close eye on that and monitoring things. So look at it's 8 miles to the west of Mount Pulaski. I'll be turning around, going to the east, and we'll have more updates for you. But we're looking right where that lowering is, where this likely tornado is. And now as it continues to move on. And so in a moment here, we'll be heading back to these live in Logan County in the Mount Pulaski area. I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you, Seth.
Okay, thanks, Jacob. Again, this is the storm that he's on, the confirmed tornado warning that is soon to move right outside Lincoln. Like he said, maybe the National Weather Service will have to take some shelter here in just a moment. Also new, we have a tornado warning that now includes Bloomington. This is into parts of western and northern McLean County. This red box means that it hasn't been confirmed just yet, but we've got confirmed tornado warnings surrounding it as well. In fact, there's one part of the storm that is about to move right into southwestern McLean County, so keep an eye on several different tornado warning storms out here in the area. Also one that just clips the northwestern side of McLean County as well. So plenty to keep track of. But yes, a new tornado warning now includes the Bloomington Normal area. That one including much of the northern half of McLean County. So several tornado warnings here in the area, but perhaps the most urgent one right now is that one about to move right over Lincoln. And again, Jacob's not too far away from it. You can see his icon there on the page, but it is difficult to be able to see where these things are heading when you don't have daylight anymore. You have to rely on the lightning in order to actually pick things up. And we can put lightning on here real quick. There's not a ton of it. There might be enough to be able to see it every now and then. So we'll keep an eye out for that and see what he can see there. Okay, so that is the storm that Jacob is on. And we've got just strong winds all up and down this line of storms as well. Big, long, severe thunderstorm warning boxes to account for 70+ mile an hour gusts. So that is another thing to watch out for. This whole line just packed with lots of strong energy, lots of strong impacts here. So plenty of that happening. But obviously the embedded rotations are the thing to watch with these storms, especially that one about to move over Lincoln. And it almost looks like we're about to lose exactly where that rotation is at, because it's starting to enter some of that interference right there near the radar, of course, with some of the wind turbines out that way. So we might not have much of a look at this on radar here in the coming minutes. So that's why it's paramount to be in your tornado safe spot, especially just south of Lincoln here. So we're talking about Chesterville, south end of Lincoln as well. Be in your tornado safe spot right now, because we have a confirmed tornado that we're really not going to be able to see on radar. This tornado was confirmed by radar, and if we no longer can really track that as effectively on radar, it's going to make it a bit more difficult to see exactly where that is heading. So that is where that one is right now. which is just past 8:45, and again, several warnings, lots of strong wind energy starting to kick on here into the area. So we have got plenty that we are tracking as far as that goes as well. And let's see, it looks like a new tornado warning has now been issued as well into parts of Livingston County. So we've got parts of Livingston County, we've got parts of McLean County, and out there into Logan County as well. Several different tornado warnings. It kind of just almost seems like at this point, Kevin, there's lots of embedded rotations in here. There's lots of features to really keep track of. It just seems like they're opting for these tornado warnings out of an abundance of caution. There's lots of strong winds, and these linear wind fields can do some funky things sometimes.
Yeah, this is always a tough thing as a meteorologist and forecaster, and as somebody who's issuing the warnings. It can be difficult to kind of pinpoint things. Here's what we're going to do. Let's reset things for everyone to kind of show you what's going on here right now. So we'll bring it back to the home view here. That's our line of storms. Here is Champaign, Effingham, Danville, Watsika, Gibson City. Nothing going on, but we've got a whole lot of warnings. And I want to take the radar off for now because I just want to show you the warnings. These are all of the warnings that are currently in effect. And so I know if you're watching in Champaign, you're going, I don't have anything yet, and you don't for now. That could change, though. The new tornado watch has been extended, and maybe Seth can pull it up here in a second and show some of the new counties that have been added to that tornado watch, because it now does include Champaign County. But I know you see a lot of colors here. Orange is your severe thunderstorm warnings. Red, also tornado warnings. But then you get here, the purple color is confirmed tornado. So basically the red means radar indicated, purple means somebody spotted it, or we've got some really good information in the radar. It's telling us it's confirmed. So the areas of concern here, again, Bloomington, normal area. Right now in our viewing area that we cover here at WCIA Logan County, and the folks out there are dealing with this severe weather. Tornado warning observed on this. And so here's the thing. This thing is bearing down on Lincoln here now. Okay. And so we're going to be, I'll be curious to hear if our friends there at the Weather Service are going to have to take any shelter or anything, because this thing is coming right over. You see that's the Doppler radar. That's the radar that we're using here right now with this storm. And that's exactly where the National Weather Service for Central Illinois in Lincoln is located. And that is where the potential tornado is. Now, here's the problem. See this kind of donut hole right here? When you get right near the radar, we essentially have to kind of take away the data because it would be so cluttered because of how low you'd be hitting, buildings and things. And so right around it, you kind of lose the definition there as a result. So you're not going to be able to see as much right there at the radar spot. Okay. So we have to kind of just go with this as, yes, we've got this confirmed tornado in the last report in the last 10 minutes. And the folks here, I have a feeling might be taking shelter here pretty quick. So that's what's going on here right now. Let's just kind of zoom things out just a tad bit more and kind of show you the big picture with all of this. So this continues to go off to the east. Okay. And eventually could be coming into DeWitt County here. We'll see. Okay. Here's Clinton. You're just on the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning. This will move off to the east. Here's Forsyth, Decatur down here. So this whole line is moving off to the east, but a wider view of this. Where's all of this going? So again, here's Champaign, Monticello, Beement, Decatur. This is moving off here to the east and to the northeast. And so eventually down the line, because these storms have not weakened, they've not weakened at all. So we are anticipating that this is actually probably going to continue. So we put the loop on this. And here it comes, okay? It's still racing off here to the east. And so DeWitt County, you're probably going to continue to see that warning extended. But right now, the concern is with this cell here coming right through Logan County with the confirmation that there is a tornado. We've got Jacob that is on that storm, and he is watching it as it moves through. And so we are cutting in, letting our folks know about this, because yes, while Decatur, you don't have anything yet, and Farmer City, you don't have anything just yet, or Gibson City, you may be next as this line continues to push off here to the east. So that's kind of, again, the bigger picture things. So we're looking at this. I mean, this thing is going to come. It's coming right over the radar here now. And so here it comes, and we're watching it carefully. We'll see if we get any reports that are kind of coming in. It's kind of looking off here to the side at some of the data. But the Weather Service is going to have a front row view of this as it comes right over their office. So if you're you're in Lincoln right now, you need to be taking shelter immediately with this, and then just kind of down the line as it moves into a little bit more rural portions of eastern Logan County. So that's what we've got here at this time. As I mentioned, again, those of you that were in Champaign County earlier, you didn't have a tornado watch, but it does look like that new tornado watch has now started to include some further east counties that are now under that. So if you're watching us here, it's 8:52 p.m. Here we go. We're gonna have a view of this here in just a little bit. But Seth, I want you to go ahead and show that tornado watch box for me there, and show those counties that have now been added, and tell us how late that watch is in effect till.
Yeah, so this is just an extension of the watch that was set out there hours before. This still goes till 11 p.m. It kind of stopped at I-57 before. Now they've went ahead and added those counties along 57 into the east. So this does now include Champaign, Douglas, Coles, Cumberland, everywhere to the east of that as well, including Vermilion County. So tornado watch pretty much for the whole area until 11 p.m. tonight. So we have that now. Okay, I believe meteorologist Jacob Dicki has a good view of that storm out there in Logan County. So we're going to allow him to tell us what he's seeing. Jacob, let us know where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, hey, Seth, I'm now moving north from Mount Pulaski. I'm going to make my way back to the east on 54 and head up towards Clinton. Kind of cutting this way to get a little view here. There's lots of lowerings. It's really hard to see, but just to my left, kind of on the edge of the left edge of the camera there, a pretty well-defined lowering, kind of wrapped back up on here, and plenty of lightning illuminating. I can't see if anything's down, but we may not see if it's down because things right now are dark, and then there's rain kind of filling in here, and so our view is not going to be that great. I have not seen power flashes, and you also can see the light. The light there is Lincoln itself. That's giving me a view of the cloud base there, so keeping a close eye on that. That's my quick report for you. We're going to turn back to the east, get back to 54, and make our way up to Clinton in the storm tracker near Mount Pulaski. I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Jacob, for that report. Again, his view on the ground is going to be essential here for us because if it's so close to the radar that it's not able to see stuff, there's no other way to know exactly what's happening within that. Another thing I want to note is just the strong wind field associated with this line of storms. You just kind of see this area of really bright green surging out here to the east. So even if there's not a tornado warning over the top of where you are, you have got strong winds, 70 plus miles an hour.
New warning,
to
new
blow out
tornado.
Storms. So we've got a new tornado warning. Was it tornado?
I'm sorry. No,
severe thunderstorm.
My bad. Severe thunderstorm.
Severe thunderstorm warning, but this does include Springfield and Decatur. So now we're starting to add some more populated cities here to the area.
A tornado possible tag on it.
Gotcha. So tornado possible tag. Let me see. Can we? Is that camera on Springfield right now? So that is our view in Springfield, looking directly to the west, I believe. So if we can see anything at all, we'll be able to see it there from that camera as it moves into town. So we'll kind of at least keep that image up here for just a tiny bit. But again, severe thunderstorm warning that now includes most of Sangamon County, moves out there into Macon County as well. Let me get the reflectivity image up there for you. So not tornado warned, but it does have that tornado possible tag, as is the case on pretty much all of these storms. At the very least, some strong winds up and down that system. And of course, up there to our north is our tornado warned storm that is moving right over the top of the Lincoln radar. And I've been trying to see if there's been any chatter here from Lincoln. They continue to issue warnings, obviously, seeing with that new one, but there's not a whole lot of chatter there, so they may have had to move things around there. That storm, again, kind of just right over the top of Lincoln right now. You can see that circle just around Lincoln. That's where the radar can't see anything. There's a point in time where that beam is just unable to see what's right around it, so that's why you have kind of some of that missing data here, or seemingly missing data in the radar image, because if it gets so close to that radar, it can't scan completely right around it. So that is why that looks the way it does here on radar. Plenty of other action up here. Storms up and down parts of western McLean County into western Livingston County as well. In fact, it looks like we're going to have some pretty strong winds kicking into Bloomington Normal here before too long as well. So that will also be something to watch out for, as this, again, just surging line of storms has some pretty good giddy up to it, some pretty good speed to it. So it'll be there before too long. So again, can't say this enough times. If you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, kind of treat it like a tornado warning tonight with these strong winds. 70 plus mile an hour gusts are about as strong as a weak tornado is. So we are going to have to deal with plenty of that as well. Okay, so just kind of another reset here. We'll back things out. As Kevin's been mentioning a couple times, we've got lots and lots of warnings here. Okay, apparently Jacob's got another report. Jacob, go ahead and take it away.
Hey, I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to see this, but right in front of me, there's a ton of dust here north of Mount Pulaski and getting kicked up. It's gonna be, you can see that there. There's something that's down, and I cannot tell if that is, okay, I could see back in Mount Pulaski as well, wind picking up in town there. This is going to be, at the minimum, intense, strong winds and blowing dust here. I'm not gonna stay here long, but it's moving into Mount Pulaski now. I'm turning around. Lots of dust getting kicked up by this, 60 to 70 mile an hour gust easily. And just saw that on the corner of my eye. Looks like I got some power flashes behind me as well here. So I think this is some straight line winds south of that circulation. But I saw that and wanted to get your guys' viewpoint on that. So we're going to keep heading east here. Mount Pulaski still has power. Lots of blowing dust, though, coming out ahead of this. Lots of outflow winds from the storm picking up in a hurry. In the storm tracker, moving to Route 54, northeast of Mount Pulaski, I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
No other way to know what's going on unless we have his imagery there. Again, kind of looked like a lot of dust blowing up there, so certainly going to be an issue out there in those open fields as well. But plenty of storm activity here, plenty of strong winds. And I'm going to take a look inside Springfield here real quick on our Skycam just to see perhaps what it looks like in town as the storm's blowing on through. So this camera's a little higher up. You can see some rain starting to fill in there in the picture. Let me see if I can aim it down to the street level just a little bit more so that way we can kind of see the impacts happening there closer to the ground. So obviously some pretty strong winds, some pretty heavy rain starting to move right through Springfield. So anyone that's got a severe thunderstorm warning over the top of them can expect conditions just like this, like what they're seeing there in Springfield right now. Okay, so we are approaching the 9 o'clock hour. Technically, this is when our 9 o'clock news would start on 49, but we're going to roll with this coverage here for as long as we have. Certainly some confirmed tornado warnings in the area. And we've been mentioning it a handful of times, Kevin. There are warnings everywhere. This whole line of storms certainly not weakened much. It hasn't weakened at all here in the last hour.
It hasn't yet. The models all day pretty much have been saying that this line was going to be as strong as it was, at least probably close to the I-57 corridor. Once it gets past that, maybe some weakening. And to be honest with you, there may be some of that. Just look at the colors on the radar. That's all you have to do. See these deeper, darker reds here, as opposed to a little bit more sporadic. So while, yes, there's a severe thunderstorm warning here, it does look weaker, relatively speaking, compared to what it was a little bit earlier. But the storm here that's in Logan County is still definitely one to watch. Now, what we're waiting for essentially is to get some better data. This is just kind of the bad luck of having a tornadic circulation come really close to the radar site and kind of, not allowing us to see things, because again, there's your reflectivity. This is those reds and greens we talk about, and just kind of, the classic, colors here that you see. But right now, it's a little muddled here because of just how close it is to that actual radar dome. So let's kind of walk this back just a little bit more, and you can kind of see. Here's your confirmed tornado. Here is Lincoln. All right, now we're talking DeWitt County. What is the Weather Service going to do next? Are they going to carry this off to the east? The other thing that I want to tell you about, this is more of a classic, what is called a QLCS tornado. Okay, looks like they've just dropped the warning there. Expired.
Yep.
Okay, so they've expired the warning there. I want to say this about this scenario, this QLCS, and I know some of you go, okay, what is that? So essentially, when we're on air and you see individual cells, we call them supercells, discrete by themselves. Okay, those usually offer a much higher kind of a tornado threat with things. Now, when you've got something like this is more of a squall line per se. And so the tornadic, potential is there, but oftentimes it's a lot of a lower chance. Also, the tornadoes spin up fast. And what I mean by that is you go from nothing to something, but then it also sometimes falls apart fairly quickly. This is not your typical tornado on the ground for 30 miles kind of thing. Okay, this isn't like the Kankakee Aroma Park day, but you have more of these little circulations along the entire line that could produce a tornado. So that's the difference there. You're probably not going to have, an EF3 tornado happen tonight, but you may have those EF0s and EF1s. New tornado warning just popping up here now includes the rest of McLean County here. So the rest of McLean County now looks like a tornado warning that is in effect. So we'll just kind of look at that here real quick. So you've got Hayworth here. So now Hayworth is under that. Downs, you're going to be watching here along I-74, Leroy, Ellsworth, you're going to be wanting to take shelter. So it looks like some indications here on radar that once again we may have something showing up. Looks like right about there if we look at it here, and we're kind of looking at some of these colors right there. So that's going to be just to the south and west of Randolph, and basically to the north and west of Hayworth here, and going to be crossing over 51. So this is some of that circulation and where that tornado warning is now in effect for portions of McLean County. You've got this new tornado warning in this box, and this kind of show you just how far to the east this goes. So it comes now. I mean, I think the entire McLean County is under a tornado warning, with the exception of that southwestern corner, and then up here into Livingston County as well. So now we're talking Gibson City down the line, paying attention. Portions of Ford County finding that. The storms coming through. We've got Jacob shot. There in the upper right hand, or I should say, upper right hand portion of the screen is Jacob's camera there, and he is trying his best to see things. It's nighttime. He only has lightning to illuminate the sky. But here we go. Let's pull his shot up behind me if we can here, just for a second. He's right there on that storm. And Jacob, go ahead and tell us what you're seeing. Looks like the wind's picking up a little bit there.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm a little suspicious that there might be a potential spin up here. If you look at the radar to the northeast of Mount Pulaski, that's right in front of me. And I saw some power flashes just a minute ago. That's involved in that same dust that was blowing or spinning up there really quickly right behind me. And so really think that this still needs to be treated as a tornado warning, even if it's a severe thunderstorm warning. Regardless if it's weak tornado or straight line winds, there will still be damage here. And I'll be interested to hear reports from Mount Pulaski, but kind of watching things now and keeping my eyes on it. A lot of blowing dust. In fact, let me turn the corner here, Kevin. This is what I'm looking at. I think it's now to my left. Let's see if I can turn the camera here. Big column of dust in the field right in front of me here. This may be a tornado, Kevin. It is a tall column of dust. Can you see that at all, Kevin?
So yeah, sir.
I'm not sure if you're able to catch that.
Yeah, go ahead and just keep the shot there. I'm going to try to look at it here with you. I've got it up here. I'm looking at it here. We're just hoping for a little lightning to illuminate things, but I see what you're saying there, a little bit of that. So there's something, boy, it's so tough to see if there is something, it's obviously just pitch dark out there, not a ton of lightning. So it is a little difficult there. So Jacob's trying to see there in the distance. And we were looking at it on radar, and there might be that little, we basically look for this little front end node.
Has even said they've confirmed it, so there might be a warning coming out here in just a moment.
Power flash, it's a tornado.
Power flash, we've got
it's
tornado.
It's a tornado.
Okay, we've got a tornado here. Power flashes here being reported here. This is basically going to be there. What's your location? You're right there by Mount Pulaski, right?
Yeah, Kevin. So I'm to the northeast of Mount Pulaski, and I'm looking to the east. It's crossed 54. It's a column of dirt that's in the air on this little spin up in front. And I saw a few power flashes at the base of it there. They were small, but they were there. Man, if we get a lightning flash, it's going to reveal this clear as day. I'm starting to get the rain to catch up to me, so I'm going to have to move. But clearly seeing a tornado on the ground in front of me right now as the storm moves on in, and the wind is starting to pick up, so we will lose our visibility. We're going to have to get back on the highway and move, Kevin. Tornado in progress northeast of Mount Pulaski. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and reposition, Jacob. Just looking at some of the data coming into us here. That's Jacob's position where he was. What I'm going to do is I just want to kick things back over here to the velocity to try to see that little area where we could have that tornado occurring. So let's bring you back down here. So there is Chestnut and then the Mount Pulaski area. Okay, we're watching that location there where there might be that tornado. So we had confirmation there, right? There was confirmation coming in from emergency manager. Is that right?
Yes, they said on the tornado 2000th Avenue and 900th Street, to be precise on that. That was sent in at 9:04. So it's been a couple minutes, But yes, still no active confirmed warning just yet. And I believe that was the same one that looked about the exact same spot as Jacob was on radar. So no warning issue just yet, but that was directly from Logan County EMA just 2 minutes ago.
Okay, so Jacob, on the storm there, seeing that, and here's the thing, it's tough. There are a ton of winds in our storms here. So at nighttime, you're trying to determine, is this a funnel? Is this a tornado? Or is this straight line winds causing it? And sometimes those winds can kick up the dust. That even happens to us during the day. Sometimes we look at it and go, that looks like that is, some dust being kicked up out in the field. But here's the thing, we've had spin-ups happening all along this line, so it is definitely not out of the question that we actually did have a tornado there. Again, the emergency manager was talking about it, that the tornado there northeast of Mount Pulaski there, and that's what Jacob was seeing on his view. So here we go. This is what we're looking at. We've got several counties that are under severe thunderstorm warnings at this time and tornado warnings. Look how far off to the east now. Now you've got northern Piatt County with this severe thunderstorm warning. You've also got Macon County, including kind of half of Decatur. They're splitting it for straight line winds. Okay, you're going to have some really strong winds here. But up here, McLean County, we've got these little embedded circulation. There are tornado warnings all along here. And just one more time, I just want to try to clear off all the colors there and just put the colors of all of the warnings. Look at all of the counties under warnings. You've got all the way now to parts of, okay, so there comes the huge box for confirmed tornado warning. This is DeWitt, Logan, Macon, McLean, Piatt County. This is a huge confirmed tornado warning. If you are in Monticello, if you are into portions of Macon County now, confirmed tornado here. Jacob's reporting it there, seeing some of that dust being kicked up. He is there. That's what you see on the top right part of your screen is his shot. He's having to kind of move things. If we can come back here so I can just kind of, again, show the areas here that are now under this tornado warning that is now confirmed. That's the purple box that you see here. So you're talking about Whiteheath, okay, to be meant, Argenta. Okay, you've got Farmer City in this now. Confirmed DeWitt, Logan, Macon, Piatt. That's going to be until 9:45 p.m. And so basically, we've got this area right about here where Jacob has been, there into eastern Logan County, but now is going to be pushing right along basically the Macon and the DeWitt County line. So you've got Chestnut here and Highway 54. That's the area of concern. So you've got a couple things happening here. Anywhere along this line, you could have some of the wind, but right here, that's going to be where the circulation is located. Okay, so if you are near the Tunbridge area, if you are anywhere there along Highway 54, you're talking about this potential for a tornado confirmed. That's your rotation. So county lines. 3 county lines here: Logan, Macon, DeWitt County, circulation here. And so then here's Highway 51 to the east. That's where we have the biggest concern for this. Confirmation out. You've got your tornado sirens are most likely going off in a lot of areas, including those of you in Piatt County and now in Macon County. And confirmation, this isn't just your regular run-of-the-mill tornado warning. This is one that we've actually got. So this is going to be running right here. So Clinton is up here. Here's Monroe, or here's Forsyth. They have included a large, this is a huge confirmed tornado box. I have to say that. Also, it looks like the McLean County is also observed now. So now McLean County, there's also observed here, folks, this, we have potentially multiple tornadoes right now. And now look at this right here. See how that kind of juts out just a little bit right there near Downs. I have a feeling that's what we're talking about right there. Probably a little bit of that rotation showing up. But we look for those little kind of front end, we call them little front end nubs that are kind of right there. And sometimes that's where you can get some enhanced kind of circulation kind of happening. So we've got confirmation here, observed tornado on the McLean County storm. Sirens are going off in DeWitt County that we're reading. Ellsworth, Leroy, Saybrook, Bellflower, I'm sure Farmers City, DeWitt, Wapella, multiple areas that we're watching all along this line, but there are these little circulations, one by one, and there could be 4 or 5 tornadoes along this line right now. And it's super difficult to look and pinpoint exactly where they are, but all of these are moving off to the east. Here's Champaign County. Those you're watching in Champaign County right now, okay? Still a little bit of time here, but if this continues and we don't see it weakening here, we continue to find signs of rotation on these storms. So, wow, we are definitely watching things unfold here. Here's the thing. Notice down here, things have weakened on the southern end of this. Springfield, not as much. But we get up here on this kind of northern part of this line. Notice the colors. You get more of these reds here, less of that down here. It's super difficult in this situation. This isn't your classic, okay, you can see exactly where that tornado is, the classic hook. This is a little bit more of a challenge to kind of pinpoint some of those. So we're going off of what some of the reports are seeing out there. But here's some of your rotation on this. That's Clinton. As long as this continues to kind of go off here to the east, you're talking about, possibly just south of Clinton, but we'll watch this carefully. These things are starting to move at a pretty good clip too. These might be pushing, 55, 60 miles an hour. And so as the radar scan kind of comes up, and so there's the new one that's kind of painted it. Now we kind of maybe lost a little bit of that there, but still something to monitor as we've got multiple counties with tornado warnings, with confirmed tornadoes. This isn't, as I mentioned, just a regular kind of tornado warning where, listen, I get it. We all live here in the Midwest. You've lived in Illinois. You get tornado warnings all the time, right? And this time, okay, these are actually confirmed. We've got Jacob out there. Seth's still here with us. I want to come back over to the McLean County one here just real quick because I saw something and I want to look at it. We're going to come back up to McLean County and near the Ellsworth area because we're getting some reports of maybe some debris. Okay, yeah, right there. Look at that. So that right there is probably, that's got to be your tornado, okay? Yeah, right there. There it is. That's the best looking radar signature I've seen so far with this. And I want to just look at this real quick. Okay, that's a tornado debris signature. That's a tornado debris signature right there. There is a tornado right here. This is McLean County. That's Ellsworth. What we do here is we look on reflectivity. See this right there? See this kind of like curls back a little bit? That right there is your tornado. And then watch, I'm going to switch to velocity. You're going to see some of those colors there right next to one another. Boom. And then what's called co-locating it. You basically take the reflectivity, the velocity, if they all match up, that's a tornado debris signature. That means that debris has been lofted into the air, and that is the 100% without a doubt slam dunk. That's a tornado. And that's what we've got here right now. If you're in Ellsworth, you need to be taking shelter immediately as this is moving towards the Ellsworth area in McLean County. And it is as clear as that's the best radar signature I've seen so far. Highway 9 up here. There's Aerosmith, but this thing is going to be on top of Ellsworth, and we're starting to get in more reports of this. So folks, a very serious situation now that is unfolding up here into McLean County. Again, the best looking part of that rotation that I've seen so far. So I know we've got a lot going on here. We've got a lot happening. That right there is the confirmation here into McLean County. So there's Leroy. This is south of Leroy. There's Aerosmith. And then we got to come back here. Let's talk to our folks that are down here into the Clinton area, down here into DeWitt County as we watch this storm. Okay. So we've got the confirmed tornado with this, and now we're going to let's see if we can see anything here. So maybe something down here that we're kind of looking at. Does that kind of match up? Okay, nah, not so much. But we're watching here. Again, very difficult to kind of find some of this. You're under the tornado warning here. Many areas finding this, and we've got Jacob on the storm. We're watching this here just kind of unfold right in front of us. But I got to tell you, that Ellsworth storm is definitely one to pay attention to. Let's just take you back down to there's Macon County where we've got the warning. There's Maroa and Warrensburg. Confirmation is still there, but we've got this is almost like doing an X-ray. and we're trying to see what's going on there in the storms, and we do that by looking at the winds in there, and we have to try to analyze it to come up what we're getting there. Looks like was there a picture there? So
earlier, we kind of tried to get a still of what maybe was his tornado.
So again, you can kind of see, there's some dust kind of being picked up there. This was during a lightning flash. I mean, Seth, yell at me if I'm missing something. I'm trying to see if there's something there.
Yeah, it's just a little, we trust what Jacob saw. It's fuzzy to us, especially in the nighttime. Things kind of get pixelated with that camera. I think you got it. There's some of that dust kicking up. It's hard to tell for absolute certain with just the way it's pixelated. The lightning was only there for, of course, a split second. So I don't know. I can't see anything major, but I do see that dust kicking up, and that definitely very well could have been something.
Okay, let's come back here. Again, we have several counties here where the tornado warning is in effect. So here we go. Anything that's under this purple color, that's a confirmed tornado warning. We're kind of watching these whole areas here. Here's the thing. I just want to just kind of reiterate this. I know there's a ton of you under tornado warnings here right now, but even though all of these boxes, and look at this now, look at all of the confirmed tornado warnings. Here's what I want to stress. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 counties under confirmed tornado warnings. It doesn't mean that everyone in the box here, these boxes, are going to actually have a tornado. It's very small areas where these little spin-ups are occurring. It's just super difficult sometimes to kind of warn this, because you may have one here and then one here. There may be one there. There may be one there. What we are seeing here is only the ones that we can really kind of see on radar. And I got to tell you, this one up here into McLean County near Ellsworth is the one that continues to show up pretty clear on radar. And I want to come back here to this velocity on this. And this will get updated here in a second. So this is going to be placed over here when that radar scan comes back across. But I just wanted to kind of double check and see what the debris signature looks like here. I'm just kind of looking at something else. And there is still a tornado debris signature. And let me see if I can't get that to come up here on this when we kind of click the debris field. Yeah, so you've still got something right there. That's your tornado debris signature. Basically, the radar is saying, okay, this is not a raindrop anymore. We know the size of raindrops, generally hailstones, and we know, the size of that. When you get this showing up on radar, it's saying, whoa, this is not the size of a raindrop or hailstone. This is going to be something that is a whole nother size. 2x4s, sheet metal, okay, tree limbs, anything that's getting lofted up into the air. And so that is the concern that we've got here, is this not only is showing up on radar with that, but now you're getting that tornado debris signature when you look at the debris on there. So Ellsworth, now this is moving off here to the northeast, Highway 9 here, and that's why they've carried on this tornado warning into Gibson City and Elliott. You guys still have a little bit of time here. Again, let me just stress this. This doesn't mean that every single town and every single one of these watch and warning boxes here are going to see a tornado. It's very small areas, and we're just trying to pinpoint exactly along this line where you may have 1 or 2 or 3. Jacob has been on the storm out here into portions of, well, now he's going to be over into, I'm guessing, is he over there into DeWitt County now? He's probably following along that, but these things are starting to go really fast. Okay, so he's in Maroa, so there he is, and if he's ready to talk to us, he can kind of let us know what he's saying. Yep, these storms are picking up. Jacob, the storms are getting, it seems like they're going a lot faster, and you're trying to catch up to him there, but you're in Maroa there. That line's about to hit. What do you got?
Yeah, hey, Kevin, we tried to keep up with that circulation. You can hear the sirens right now in Maroa as we're driving through town. I'm sure that's a familiar sound for many here. As we're rolling through the area of rotation that was earlier that we saw that tornado, and what stood out to me is that this column of dust was very vertical and fairly narrow, Kevin. We just didn't get a good lightning strike to get a full view of it, unfortunately, but we know that it was there, and I saw some power flashes on it that helped illuminate that. So we did see that. This may be what it is. For the most part, it may be just weaker tornadoes embedded within the line. A lot of folks going to get the straight line winds from this. That tornado threat is there, but a weak tornado versus 75-mile-per-hour winds, they can cause similar amounts of damage, Kevin. So we're just going to watch things here as we move on through. I'm in Maroa. I'm going east now, and I'm going to try to get to Cisco and then use the interstate to catch back up here. But I'm also really concerned for my friends in eastern McLean County. I called my dad. He's heading out west of Gibson City to watch, and if he sees something, he'll let me know. We'll get that to you in the studio as well, trying to keep as many eyes as we can at these storms here. Live exiting Maroa, heading to the east. I'm meteorologist Jacob Dicki. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay, thanks a lot. So there's Jacob shot there as he's moving along. As I'm kind of looking at things here, I just want to go back to what Jacob is seeing, and I just kind of look at some of the velocity. Oh, I'm sorry, we come back to the radar. I misspoke. Sorry about that. Looking at some of the velocity here. Maybe something over there northeast of Maroon. Let's see if that kind of matches up at all. You know, these storms are kind of, you know, going through their phases here, and every once in a while, you know, you may get that one scan where you go, whoa, there it is right there, and then the next scan it kind of goes away. But where we've got that confirmation, where we know for sure is up in McLean County. I know we've got folks that are tuning in here, people that are maybe down in their basement that are tuning in here tonight. You're in Forsyth, you know, you're in Monticello right now, you're in Weldon, you know, Mansfield, Farmer City. The sirens are going off. You know, that can, you know, obviously that can be very scary. We're watching the storms here. These aren't your typical kind of, you know, huge tornadoes, but they are ones that you have to take seriously. The thing is anywhere along this entire line, you may have areas where you have wind damage, strong straight line winds that can cause issues. So let's go ahead and just kind of back up the view of this once again, just kind of show you just how large this is. If I had to get kind of like, you know, basically from about west of Booty northward, that's a problem. I'm not seeing anything, obviously, down through our southern counties. So far, Coles County and Moultrie County and Shelby County and Effingham County, nothing for you guys. It's kind of this northern end of this line that has really kind of taken on the strengthening and maintaining itself as it moves off to the east. Notice again, here's Champaign, Gibson City, Monticello. The line itself is still pretty far from you. And what will happen is there may be 2 or 3 different iterations of what the radar is going to look like by the time it gets to, say, you know, Monticello or, say, Argenta. So while, yes, you're under the tornado warning, there's not the immediate threat at this very moment for you guys. I want to just come back up to the one that we definitely have been watching that has been very clear to us on radar, and that's the one up here into eastern McLean County, because this is going to be coming in to Ford County really soon. And we've had that tornado debris signature showing up. Let's see if we can find any more of that showing up. Maybe we've lost it a little bit. I'll just try to zoom in just a little bit more to see if we've got anything. So we had that a little earlier, that area there where basically the radar is saying, okay, I've detected something that's not a raindrop or a hailstone. So that crossed over probably Highway 9, is now kind of northeast of Ellsworth. And this will eventually be coming into Ford County. So here's your Highway 9. Of course, if you've driven that there, coming out of Gibson City, okay, we're going to be watching this for you as this kind of moves in. We are seeing just so many areas of circulation. There's a lot of shear out there tonight. So we're getting a lot of that spin in the atmosphere. And so many, and you know, you're saying, why are there so many tornado warnings and whatnot? Well, we've got that shear. It was warm today. We've got it was windy today, right? And so now we're getting some of that wind energy, some of it getting transported down to the surface. So we've got a whole slew of what is known as a QLCS, or basically, I mean, if you want to get fancy here, quasi-linear convective system. I know to those of you who are going, I've never heard of that, don't know what that is. Tell me what that is. Well, it's the squall line. It's this line of storms here. So we say, what's a squall line? Well, it's this long line of storms that oftentimes on the leading edge of it, you get damaging straight line winds, okay? But embedded in there, just for you know, sometimes a minute or two, you get enough spin to go on and you get a little circulation. And that's what's happened multiple times along our lines here. But what happens is the Weather Service issues the warning sometimes, and then 5 minutes later, that scan doesn't show it anymore. But you wait another 5 minutes, maybe it shows back up. So instead of kind of issuing a warning, taking it away, issuing it, taking it away, they just go ahead and say, okay, we're going to go ahead and issue this out because we've had a confirmation in the last 15, 20 minutes. Let's kind of see what happens here. Getting reports near Saybrook, 1 mile north, orange power flash, large lowering of clouds. So near the Saybrook area. We'll take you back over there, and then we'll bring Seth back in here to get some analysis from him on what he's seeing. But I want to take you over here to Saybrook because now we're talking about getting into portions of Ford County here and our friends in Gibson City. I know that Seth is going to be looking at that camera there in Gibson City, but we're getting reports of some power flashes there. North of Saybrook is what we were saying. So we'll see if we can see anything on the debris. So is there something still there potentially? That kind of looks like it. There might still be something there. And if you're getting power flashes there, there's a good chance. So on the tornado debris signature, let's see here. So right here, there's a little bit of that signature. Okay. Something there, co-located, reflectivity, it's close. Again, getting reports of possibly a tornado here near Saybrook, Gibson City, take shelter, okay? Now, if we've got something here, it's going to be here on you pretty quick. So if you're in Gibson City right now, I would be taking shelter because it does look like we've had a few different reports here of some power flashes. We've had the confirmation there on radar a couple of times. And so now we're looking at maybe something here near Saybrook as this moves off here to the north and east. Okay, we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings that are now in effect for Macon and Piatt County, I believe. So let's just kind of back this out a little bit more. So this is probably going to be on the kind of the southern edge of this here now. So yeah, just kind of take into account some of that. So Seth, a lot going on here. I know folks that are tuning in, it's 9:28 p.m. You're in your shelter, you're in your basement here. We're doing our best to pinpoint exactly where some of these circulations are. But they're tough to see sometimes. But you're getting a little view there on the Gibson City camera there with that. Every time you get some lightning to actually give us a little visual.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And like you said, Kevin, it's hard to see these embedded rotations where exactly they may be, especially when things start to kind of become a little more dominant in the way of the stronger winds. If we can't, let's take this image full here, and I'll just kind of let you look at things because I think it's a lot easier to see on the full screen version. So this is Gibson City looking straight off to the west. You'll see every now and then with some lightning in the distance. You're going to be able to see a little bit of a lowering. I have not been able to really see anything close to the ground. There's maybe just a little bit of that scud coming up in some places. So just kind of those wispier looking clouds in the distance. That strike was pretty good at lighting up the sky for us. Again, just kind of looks like a lowering more than anything. But if we're going to see something rolling straight into Gibson City, we'll be able to see it here on this camera. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. And again, just only occasional looks here at this thing. And before too long, we'll probably start to get some sirens there in town as that's at least some strong winds are going to move through. And that's the key in all this too. We talk all the time about sirens going off in a particular town. There's not always an exact pattern to do that. Not every single city follows the same rules. This could easily go off for strong winds as well. They don't have to exactly have a tornado warning or something on the ground to do that. If they've got the strong winds and they know it's going to cause some damage, they will do that as well. So just anytime you hear those sirens, just keep that in mind as well. But again, occasional flashes of lightning, we can see some lowering. Nothing incredibly obvious to me here with the occasional flashes that I can get. But like I said, this will be exactly where that main area of interest will be moving through here into Gibson City if it does at some point. And even looks like there's a little bit of rain trying to pop out ahead of that area of rotation. Let me pull up my radar image here real quick and kind of illustrate what I'm showing to you. So again, we get those occasional flashes to see what's on the ground. I've got the camera behind me here, so I won't be taking my eyes off that. But if we look right over there over the top of Gibson City, just a little bit of rain is starting to pop up too. So that might hinder our view here before too terribly long, which is why it's very smart, very important to get in your tornado safe spot right now because it's nighttime. It's going to be hard to see this thing the way it is, let alone with some lightning going right over, or with some rain going right over the top of town there. So be in your tornado safe spot. Again, this has produced a tornado in the past. We've even seen that debris signature not that far away from you. In fact, let's kind of do some more analysis here on this again as we get a few extra scans. So as we take a look at the velocity picture as it loads up here, again, there's some really bright colors in there. Maybe we've kind of lost more of the obvious couplet. We look at the correlation coefficient or kind of the debris tracker to see if there's anything that is over the top. And again, we're still seeing some of these green colors, so it's very possible there's stuff being lofted around and tossed around here a little bit. So again, plenty of evidence to need to be in your safe spot there if you are in Gibson City and anywhere surrounding there as well. Let's bring up that sky cam again here real quick. So we're going to bring that camera up here again real quick, and we'll just kind of keep an eye on things in the distance. Also looking at our radar imagery over here on the side just to see if there's anything starting to emerge. It just looks like, to me at this point, these strong Boeing winds are starting to take over. Maybe don't have quite the same kind of couplets or obvious areas of rotation that we once did. There's still some pockets here or there, some areas of interest, but it kind of looks like these strong winds are really taking over this event. And I almost think it looks like I've also lost any sort of lightning here in Gibson City. I'm not getting very much. So that view, there we go. So we got a little to light up the background there. What I'll do here, I'll show you what I mean on the velocity picture. We'll pull that up here and we'll just show you how up and down this line, it is starting to just become a strong wind fest here. Take a look at this on loop. You can see those bright reds continue to push out this way. And Jacob says he's got a lot of wind where he's at too. I can even hear when he's talking to my earpiece, just some of the noise happening outside the storm tracker there. So just really strong wind starting to push on through, even right there through Decatur. Let's pop up that picture real quick. Let me get that into my system. We'll look at the Decatur camera and see if they are getting pretty hard hit there in town, and we'll try to angle that again closer to street level. So it looks like it's at least raining there in town, and there's some pretty. Oh, okay. So it's almost completely dark here right around this camera. So we might have some outages right here. There's still some lights on some parts of town, but this just looks overall a lot darker than I'm used to seeing at nighttime here on this camera. We're looking off to the north right now.
Is that the downtown?
This is the downtown camera, but it's not looking downtown now. It is as I angle it this way, but it doesn't look as bright as it usually does. Maybe I'm just looking at the sides of buildings here, so we'll keep an eye on that. But this is going to be a pretty good view right here at the street level to be able to see some of the sideways rain here and some of the strong winds. Maybe pay attention to some of those trees. So it doesn't look like anything super intense just yet, other than some of that heavy rain. But yeah, that is the view here in Decatur right now.
I don't see anything on the outage map.
Well, I was gonna say, check any outage maps there. See anything, even not just there. Look at some of the other areas, McLean County up there. Look, that can tell us a lot there about outages there. So go ahead and maybe pull that up here. I'll come back over here on radar here for a second here, guys, and we're gonna try to kind of figure out exactly what we've got kind of ongoing here. We've got several counties here with warnings, but there are some updates here that I want to kind of get you guys on. So here's the thing. The confirmed tornado that we had earlier for Piatt County, it looks like it's now just a regular tornado warning. Okay. So what we've got here, so here's Monticello, Cisco. I'll tell you this, I think there's some really strong winds here near Cisco. And we can see that on the velocity here. You see this area here kind of surging out a little bit. Those are going to be some strong winds. So if you're in Monticello, while I don't see tornado with that signature at this moment, I definitely see some strong winds that may ride right there along I-72 between Cisco and Monticello. So I know you're down in your shelter here. I would still stay down there just a little bit longer. Okay, the tornado warning is still in effect, but remember how fast sometimes the rotation can kind of kick up on these. It doesn't take long, and all of a sudden, the next radar scan, whoa, there it is. If anything, though, we've got some really intense winds on that. So that is what's happening there into McLean, or I should say it's Piatt County here. Now we come into McLean County or Gibson City. Okay, these are now just regular tornado warnings. From what I can tell here, I don't think we have any more confirmed everything, because I think all the colors have changed. So basically, let me explain the colors here to you once again. And sometimes it's better to do that by just kind of showing you, take the radar off and just show you the colors. Orange, severe thunderstorm warnings. Red, tornado warnings. Remember all those purple boxes we had in the last half hour, and there was a lot of them? That meant that there was confirmation either from the radar that we had the tornado debris signature, or like Jacob spotted some of that earlier in the emergency manager. That's the difference. So there's regular run-of-the-mill tornado warnings, and which we've got right here with the red colors, and then you've got the confirmed. So no longer the confirmed with any of this, but I don't want to downplay that, because it could be the next scan where that tornado debris signature shows up, or a report comes in and boom, because all along the line there, we have that potential. So if you're in Monticello, I'd still be hanging out. This still got me a little suspicious here. Okay, there it is. Here's Monticello. It's going to be on our doorstep in the next few minutes. DeLand and Whiteheath under the tornado warning. So here's Champaign County. Now here's Seymour and Mahomet. And those you are going, okay, what's going to happen here with the Champaign County? Is this going to be a severe thunderstorm warning? Is this going to be a tornado warning? We'll have to wait and see. If we don't start seeing any more of those indicators on radar, get a report, it could be just a severe thunderstorm warning, but we'll see. But as I look at this here, again, as I keep saying, it just got me going, all right, let's just keep an eye on this right here. See this color? I'm gonna zoom in on this. You know what's cool about the radar? We can go right down in on the street level here and kind of see this. And so there's I-72 that's right there, and then you've got Old Route 47. These are your strong winds right there. Okay, between Cisco, a lot of farmland out there between Cisco and Monticello. And so these are your stronger winds, but also maybe there's a little something trying to happen there. Okay, we're watching it. Here you go, folks. There's Lodge and there's Whiteheath to the north. Reflectivity right there. I'm not seeing. So again, we look at the reflectivity. Remember earlier we had that little, okay. Okay, now we're starting to maybe see something here. Okay, if you're in Monticello here, definitely be in your tornado safe spot here, and especially just maybe north of town. We're seeing this. You see this it kind of juts out just a little bit, just a tad bit. Sometimes that's where you can get some of that circulation right here. See, this kind of comes out. You know, it's not your typical kind of hook, but sometimes right there. So tornado warning continues here for Piatt County. Watching this area, you're going to have strong winds here all the way down to Cerro Gordo. You're not in the tornado warning, you're under the severe thunderstorm warning, but there are going to be some strong winds on Highway 32, Cerro Gordo, Oakley. You're seeing that storm on top of you. Down the line, Beement. But right now, my concern is going to be in that little area right there. Kick it back over to the velocity. It's not as strong as, some of the signatures we had a little bit earlier. But again, sometimes these radar scans or the tornadic circulation can come up in between scans, but there's some strong winds. If you are, just west of Monticello, those are your strong winds. See this kind of color right here, this kind of beige color. That's your strong wind, 60 miles an hour that you actually might be getting. Okay, I'm just looking at interesting radar signature west of Mansfield. Bad data near Mansfield. One of the team said to be more concerned in areas near DeLand. And that's what we were just kind of looking at here. So I'm just kind of reading so we were in contact with the folks there in portions of, or at the Weather Service there in Lincoln. And so they're talking about this kind of same area here to be kind of just watching carefully for that potential for a tornado. And the tornado warning is still in effect. Okay, so here's the new warning. So we just got our answer there to what are they going to do with, Champaign County. And it does look like for right now, it is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. That's Fisher, that's Mahomet, Champaign, all the way. I mean, they took this thing all the way to Vermilion County. So right now, a severe thunderstorm warning. It doesn't mean that we couldn't see things kick up. This is looking a little bit more suspicious to me. Just north of Monticello, as that kind of juts out a little bit. North of Monticello, Old Route 47 there, the DeLand Monticello Road, right there, Lodge, tornado safe spot. Lodge, go there right now. Get in your tornado safe spot. Whiteheath there. I think there might be something there. I just want to just check the debris signature real quick. Okay. Looks like we've got something happening here. North side of Monticello, some strong winds, maybe a circulation trying to form here. Jacob, you're in D-land, is that right? You're in D-land there, so he's going to be right up here. Heavy rainfall. Looks like something happening close to where you are there, Jacob.
Yeah, hey, Kevin, we're heading east from Weldon towards D-land. I just passed the high school, the school district in the middle there, and now I'm rolling into D-land now. And from my vantage point, Kevin, if I'm correct, this is going to be just to my south and east. I haven't seen any power flashes. We did notice there were some branches and some limbs down in Weldon. And now here in D-land, looks like the lights are on, kind of avoiding some limbs on the side of the road there, it looks like. So a little bit of wind damage, but some heavy rain here as we work our way through the backside. Continuing to watch things here, Kevin. I'm going to keep going east. I'm going to pass through Lodge. I'm not that far away from there, and make my way on Highway 10 here back into Champaign. Looks like Lodge is about 5 miles in front of me. So, Kevin, am I correct to say this is going to be to the southeast of D-land?
Yes.
Is that what you're seeing as well?
Yes, that's what I was looking at here on radar. I looked southeast of D-land. Some really strong winds there coming in into Monticello north side, but some of that where that kind of like kicks up just a little bit more, this little area here that we've got near Lodge and Whiteheath, I would be a little bit more concerned here with this. Okay, so yes, just southeast of you, it will be difficult to obviously kind of see anything, but there could be something there. And now it's going to be literally on top of Lodge here any second. There are some really strong winds, though. I want to just back this up just for a second, because Monticello, I'm sure you're getting some winds now as that thing's coming in. Jacob, what do you got there?
You know, Kevin, I was actually heading north on 48 to get up to Weldon and cut east, and I drove through some of that wind. It was really strong. It seemed like it was picking up there, probably easily had gusts at 60. And so I'm not surprised by that. Still have not seen any power flashes. Still have not had any indication. It's nighttime, folks. We are not able to see a whole lot here. They got to keep a close eye on things. Looks like, though, they did just extend that tornado warning. Kevin, back to you.
Yeah, so here we go. Phones are doing this all across the area here tonight. Let me try to shut that off here.
Switch to
here we go. Okay, tornado warning in effect now, Champaign County. This looking very interesting here on radar for us, folks. Tornado warning in effect, Champaign County. And we're seeing the rotation there near Lodge and Whiteheath. And it's that little front end, what we call the front end nub right here, kind of comes out just a little bit. And there are some really strong winds in there as well. North side of Monticello, seeing that, but circulation here, if you are in Whiteheath, if you are in Seymour, if you're in Champaign, take shelter, okay? We've got an area here that we're watching. Now, is it the whole area that's going to see a tornado? No. It's a smaller area that we try to look for to see exactly where that rotation is, but they give you that kind of wide berth of, okay, it could go anywhere within this polygon area. Right now, the circulation is north of Monticello, okay, but near on top of Lodge as we speak, and Whiteheath. This is moving to kind of the east and northeast, and why this warning now in effect for Champaign County. If you're in Champaign, and I go, this extends all the way to the east, all the way to St. Joe, the question is will it maintain on this kind of path? Will it go just a little bit more to the north? That's what we have to kind of determine here, and that's what we're watching right now. We're getting reports in of some damage here. I just want to come back down one more time to this tornado warning that we've got. Seymour, Whiteheath, take shelter right now. Jacob, you're hearing about some reports of some damage.
Yeah, hey, Kevin, I just got off the phone with my dad. There's damage in Gibson City. He says there's trees down and buildings damaged in the downtown area. They're assessing what has happened up there, but they've got metal down. There's some building structures that have reportedly had some sort of damage there right in the downtown area. So I just got off the phone with him. He called me to let me know. This happened moments ago. We'll get more information if we can. In the meantime, I'm just passing into Lodge right now, Kevin. In fact, the sign for Lodge is in front of me, just passing now. We're watching this storm as well, but these storms have a history of wind damage and tornadoes, Kevin, and we expect that to continue. In the storm tracker in Lodge, back to you.
Yep, the rotation is over Whiteheath now. rotation is going to be over Whiteheath. If you are between Whiteheath and Seymour, it's imperative right now that you are taking shelter along I-72, taking shelter here with this potential tornado. Right there, you're getting some of that circulation. You're definitely getting some of those stronger winds. And as Jacob's just talking about, it looks like they've had something up in Gibson City that has occurred with some damage up there. And so we'll be efforting some more information about that. But right now, big concern here is the extreme eastern portion of Piatt County and now western portions of Champaign County, where we've got this new tornado warning that is in effect. Folks, here's the thing. We've had several reports already. This has not just been a, possible tornado. We've had confirmations of tornadoes tonight, and they're still ongoing along this entire line. So just kind of back things up, get a wide view of this here to kind of show you everything that's going on. We've still got the tornado warnings up here into Ford and to Iroquois County. So I can't leave you guys out. I know we've got Champaign County here, and we're going to watch that as it crosses the Champaign County line. But let's just try to look in here. Here's the Gibson City storm where we've had some damage with this. Looks like a lot of winds. As I just kind of look at that, that looks like a lot of kind of maybe straight line winds in that right now. Could have been something a little bit earlier, possible, but it's super difficult to always kind of, see this and go, okay, is that the tornado? Is it there? Is it there? So we just kind of have to act as if it is at this point, because these circulations happen in a minute or two, and then they're gone the next. But it's enough to cause some damage. And this is one of those scenarios that I feel that we're going to hear about damage coming in tomorrow that maybe some people don't even realize that you've had some damage maybe in some rural areas, because some of these circulations have been so quick and they may not even know about it just yet. So if you're in Ford, if you're in Iroquois County, take shelter here immediately with this storm. We've got the Champaign County storm coming in here, Seymour area there right now, where we've still got that. Here's Champaign. If this thing kind of comes, this thing's going to come along I-72 here, maybe more on the north side. We're going to have to kind of watch that carefully here as it now is moving into Champaign County. There's Bonneville. Tornado warning continues. So anywhere between Whiteheath, Seymour, Bonneville, Champaign, get to your tornado shelter. Seth is back here with us, gathering some more reports as well. And Seth, what do you have over there?
Yeah, just wanted to illustrate one particular thing here with this storm that is now moving into Champaign County. We kind of noted right there, just outside of Seymour, where that rotation is. I've got a camera on in the background here of Memorial Stadium. The problem is I'm not able to see anything. There's not a whole lot of lightning dotted up and down in this storm, so that's going to make it extra hard to actually see what's going on. That's why it's important to have all this radar data as well. But there's a look here in Champaign. That's actually from atop our studio, looking just off to the, looking mainly to the west, a little bit to the south as well. But we're just not really seeing too much out there in the way of any sort of lightning, so it's difficult to be able to actually see something going through, which is why it's important to make sure that you are inside right now, because you're probably not going to be able to see anything. Also, to get some reports of sirens going off on the southwest side of Champaign already, so we've got that we're dealing with here. And like we've been saying, at the very least, even if we don't end up with that circulation, these bright colors, it's almost kind of a tan color. Those are some seriously strong winds, and those same winds at one point caused a lot of outages. What I'm going to do here real quick is bring up a power outage map. Take a look at McLean County here. If we can bring this full screen here real quick. Look how many outages there are in McLean County. That says over 15,000. So that was moving right over the Bloomington normal area. Strong winds are going to be able to do that. These 70+ mile an hour gusts, even down there to 65 miles an hour, are going to be able to cause some serious wind damage and knock out that power. And that might be something we see happening later on here if this storm keeps its strength in Champaign County. Lots of other outages here, just measured in the hundreds out there in Logan County, parts of Menard County as well. North and west of here in the Peoria area, that's where a lot of outages are at too, several thousand. But again, McLean County, upwards of 15,000 in terms of outages as well. So that is part of the wind damage side of the story here. That's going to be a significant thing that we see as these storms continue to bring their strong gusts along with them as well, Kevin.
Yeah, and I just saw I reported an 85 mile an hour wind gust.
Wow.
In Bloomington Normal. Normal had 85 miles an hour.
Just now?
Earlier.
I was going to say. Yeah.
And then Decatur just measured a 58 mile an hour gust.
marked out of normal. I saw some pictures of a bunch of snapped limbs up there, so that would track with those wind speeds.
Gotcha. That's Brandon Morano here with us. Go ahead.
Let me see if I can. Maybe that gust report pops up here on our software.
Yeah.
So let's.
I think it is that.
Tag it there and see exactly what it says. So 85-mile-an-hour wind gust measured there with the storm. So that's, I mean, what is that? That's, EF1 tornado caliber strength of wind. So that's why we keep saying, even if there's not a tornado warning where you are, which there have been plenty of them tonight, but even if there's not one where you're at, these wind gusts can do some serious damage. It sounds like Jacob's got something. Jacob, let's go ahead and go to you. Tell us what you're seeing.
Hey, I may have a potential tornado in front of me. I'm seeing a vertical column of dirt extend. I think you can see the lowering. I'm on Route 10 passing the WCIA tower. There is something, the clouds are spinning now, and near Seymour in front of me, seeing some swirling dirt there. Can you guys see that at all? It's going to be right on Route 10 at Seymour. So
yeah, right there, you're looking right at it, folks. Here, if we can bring me up here, if you can, here. I'm on the wall here with this, and we'll keep Jacob here so we can hear it. Go ahead and bring his shot here behind me if you can. Go ahead, so I can kind of show you that lowering. So there's Seymour right there, and he had it right there. It looked like that little lowering that was right there kind of in front of him, and that's exactly where that would be. So he's on 10 there. Have you passed 47 yet there, Jacob, or you're still probably just west of 47 there, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I'm right north of Seymour. I just passed Seymour to my right. I can still see this little column. It's this dark column of dirt kind of on the right side here of the highway as I come around the corner.
Is it right here?
Boy, it might be weak, but yeah, do you see that right there in the middle? That little spot? There's definitely vertical motion in the clouds there. And then this little...
Yeah, so we've got him there, and I think we lost his audio there for a second, but he's looking right at it. And as I look at it on radar, it's right there along Highway 10 where there are some really strong winds. When I look at this on radar's estimating some 70, 75 mile an hour winds about 3,000 feet off of the ground. And so again, he is traveling there along Highway 10. So he's going to be kind of coming in to Champaign here before too long. And I believe that's going to be 47 there, right? Towards Mahomet there. I'm on your left. Is that power flash? Was that a power
tornado?
Flash? That power flash?
Tornado.
Okay, we've
got 47 and 10.
47 and 10.
47 and 10. Tornado on the ground.
Okay, it's going to be on the right side of your screen. Power flashes there on the right side.
Yep.
See him right there.
There it is.
Right there, folks. Power flashes there. You're going to be there. So this is going to be south of Mahomet, but coming into Champaign County here. Power flashes, tornado there. Jacob's got it there. There it is. There's your tornado. Flashes, power flashes, they're happening with this. Strong winds on this as it comes in here. Champaign, take shelter immediately. We've got power flashes on this storm here as it is coming in here. He is on Highway 10. It is going to be east of Seymour. You need to be taking shelter. That's your confirmation there. He's got the power flashes that are that confirmation you're getting. That we've got the tornado warning that is in effect there. So that's going to be just south of Highway 10 is where some of those power flashes are. That's going to be a little bit more kind of a rural area, a lot of farm fields that are kind of out there right now. But Jacob, I think we're kind of getting his audio kind of in and out there. But you saw those there clear as day. So let's, if we can here, you can see this kind of area here, the darker and then kind of the lighter here. It's off here. So this is 10. It's going to be on the south of Highway 10. So again, you're talking about there coming into the southwest side of Champaign, okay? Southwest side of Champaign. You got Bondville over there kind of watching that area. We'll see if he sees any more power flash or anything else that he can see when we get his audio back. Let me know, folks, when we kind of hear from Jacob again to see what he's saying. For the meantime, can we just bring it back to radar here just real quick here? Because, again, the power flashes that we're seeing with this are a strong indicator that we do have a tornado between Seymour and Bondville. It's right here, folks. Looks like we might have Jacob's audio back here. So you're going to have that right there between Seymour and Bondville. Are you seeing any more power flashes there, Jacob?
I haven't seen any more, but the lights are off here. I'm about a mile west of Bondville, rolling into town now. It's going to be on the south side of Bonneville now, where that area we saw. Kind of keeping my eyes on things. I'm in a great spot to see this, Kevin. It's ahead of me, but the rain is behind me. It's kind of squeezing in and getting that view. And you can see the lowering from the lights of Champaign here. And even if we're just having a brief area of this rotation with this tornado, I think there's going to be some significant wind that comes from this as well. So, that's the big story from this. Lights are still on in Bonneville, but in Seymour, they were off. And that's what we were dealing with here. So this storm has a confirmed tornado in southwestern Champaign. In fact, we're following this through Bonneville now, and we'll have an update for you if we see anything else. Kevin, back to you.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Jacob. Again, if you are in Champaign, we've got a tornado here, folks. There is a tornado that has occurred in the last 2 minutes. And it was there, over there, west of kind of Bonneville, between Seymour and Bonneville. This thing is coming in here to the west side of town. Confirmation here. Jacob showed you the power flashes live on the air just 2 minutes ago. And there's going to be that kind of rural area there, basically south of Bonneville. But now this is going to start to come into West Champaign, Western Champaign city limits there. If you're in Southwest Champaign, if you're in Western Champaign, you're Bonneville, through Champaign, all of you, because it's just hard to say exactly where that tornado could be going here. Bring me back to radar here real quick, folks. We're going to try to kind of pinpoint this once again. Here's Champaign. We'll try to see this on reflectivity. So you're going to have something in there. Again, this would be most likely relatively weak tornado. You're going to have, EF1s, EF zeros with this when we just kind of look at it, but that's going to do damage, and it already has. And so we saw the power flashes there from those power lines that are kind of down there. So we're kind of looking at it. When we look at the velocity scan here, you definitely have some kind of stronger winds, but this is now coming into Champaign. And I got to tell you, folks, we're gonna try to see this from our cameras. The problem has also been the lack of lightning. We're not getting a ton of lightning from this to illuminate things. We knew that there was a tornado with those kind of power flashes there off in the distance, but it's tough to kind of see. We've got our cameras. We've got 2 cameras, one at the stadium and one here at the station that looks off there to the west. So we're going to kind of watch this here. We're going to keep a close eye on this, obviously, because this thing could start coming in here to right through in the middle of Champaign. Obviously, this is where we're located here too, folks. And again, just for, everybody's sake here at the station, if we start to see signatures of this strengthening a little bit, we may send people to take shelter if this continues on its path here. So I just kind of want to let our folks there know as well that we may have to take shelter here before too long, potentially, if we continue to see this. We've got Seth that's over there. Brandon Morano's in here with us. You're going to peek out, he's going to be kind of taking a look here at things. But right now, this thing is coming into the west side of Champaign here as we speak, okay? And here we go. We can hear the sirens that are going off. And you've got something here near Bonneville. This thing's riding right along 72. Right along 70. I'm looking at another one of my little computers. This is right here, Bonneville. This is it right here. That is your rotation that is showing up with our storm. And so if you are in Champaign, if you're at 57, okay, and 72, it's going to be coming across, okay. As it moves off to the east, this is Kirby Avenue, Kirby to Windsor. Take shelter. Basically from Staley Road here, Kirby to Windsor, that's where that rotation is. You need to be in your tornado safe spot here, as we've got, a confirmation in the last 5 minutes of a tornado with this as it's moving off here to the east. So there's Staley, there's Highway 10, 72, 57, Windsor, Kirby, rotation with this located right about here. But we almost kind of have to play the game of, the rotation may be even more to the east because of how fast this thing is moving. It's probably getting close, going to be getting close to Staley Road and 57 here really shortly. So here's Marketplace Mall up here. And again, the kind of update kind of showing strong winds. And so there's that update there coming up. You've got right here along the Abbey Fields Drive area and Staley Road. Take shelter right now. That's where some of that circulation is. This is going to come in to the southwest side of Champaign, where there could be a tornado here. We had the power flashes earlier. Now it's going to start to get into a more obviously, more density of an area, more popular, elated area. And if we've got something, you're definitely going to see it because you're going to have a lot of power flashes here. So the leading edge of this now, crossing in over 57 now, coming into the west side of town, and the tornado warning continues for Champaign with the potential for this tornado. Now, it could have lifted at this point. It's tough to kind of say. It could have lifted, but we still have to act as if this thing is coming right through the west side of Champaign. So that's what we've got here, folks, right now. If you're watching us and you're tuned in here, we are at 10:01 p.m. here. We've got meteorologist Jacob Dicki that's in the storm tracker. You see it on the bottom right hand of your screen. Our weather camera here that you're seeing in Champaign, we're looking off there to the west into that storm, but unfortunately not a lot of lightning. So now what we're going to look for are going to be those power flashes. Seth Bonoff is in here with us as well, and the whole
I just stepped outside too. You can feel the calm.
Okay, and so those winds are going to start to pick up here before too long. Just outside here, folks, that's our tower cam shaking, right? I'm hearing the wind that's just starting to come in now, right?
Yeah, I've got stadium camera pulled up here, but it's the exact same situation. Like Brandon said, you can kind of feel the calm immediately before things ramp up, but I can hear the roof right now. Things are blowing around outside. In fact, let's go ahead and switch to studio camera real quick.
How about Neal Street? Neal
Street. Let's here we go. There we go. So that's just right outside. You can see just some of the trash, some of the debris just kind of flying around here a little bit. Nothing crazy yet, but it was super calm just 60 seconds ago when Brandon and I stepped out there.
The winds are just starting to pick up here outside the studio. They're whipping pretty good. Okay, so coming in here, right into Champaign here now. Rotation almost is going to be, it's going to be almost on top of us here, folks. So confirmed tornado. This thing is really moving at a fast clip here now, because now look at this. This thing is all the way. Look at this. So there it is. That leading edge, it just kind of came through, and we're hearing some of that. Again, anybody shout out to me if you see anything on any of the cameras there, and let me know if you've seen any power flashes or anything. But now we are getting the winds. Let's maybe pull up the Neal Street camera now if we can here behind me. And again, if we can, we'll just kind of look at that. It's because it's literally on top of us now. Now the rain isn't too heavy here, but we're definitely seeing some of the winds kind of pick up just a tad bit there. I know it looks fairly calm, but we can hear the winds pretty good. So the tornado warning still in effect here in Champaign. There's a little area of circulation. And whoa, okay, there we go. Man, we're hearing the winds here on the roof here a little bit. And you can see there's some of the things kind of blowing off in the distance there. And here comes some of that heavier rain that's just starting to kind of kick up a little bit. So right now, Champaign, we're not seeing, any power flashes here. Jacob, let me know if you're seeing anything and you are, because
Can we take the studio camera? I've got a pretty good view of Neal and Green Street. You can just see the rain, the wind pushing the rain. I think the Neal Street camera, that one's Memorial Stadium. Let's get the studio one if we can. It's the intersection of Green and Neal Street. You can just see the rain blowing around pretty good here in the wind. There we go. So there's the intersection just outside of the Duncan here, outside of the studio. Wow.
A lot of people still out here. We've got a tornado warning in effect here for Champaign. You can kind of see the sheets of rain kind of blowing across. So we're definitely getting some of the strong winds that are rolling through at this point. We'll have to kind of see if we're seeing any indications of anything else, power flashes or anything. As I kind of look at this right now on velocity, I'm not seeing anything that makes me go, whoa, but it's something that we've got to keep kind of watching. Boy, is that somebody on a bike over there? Oh boy. Okay. Let's bring it back. Let's bring back somebody on or maybe they're just walking over there. Here it is, folks. Urbana still being your shelter now. This came across. I've not seen anything here. Again, somebody tell me if we're getting other reports of anything, but I've not seen any, power flashes. The storm pretty much kind of came right over the top of us here. There was a surge of wind, and we heard it here at the studio. And was that the wind? And sure enough, it was as that leading edge comes through. So Urbana, you're now starting to see that If you are over here now on the east side of town, Urbana, and then you get over here along 74, St. Joe, okay, there's Urbana High School. That's pretty much where that leading edge of that wind is. And now moving off here, so basically between Old Church Road, you get over here on the east side of town as you move out. That's where that circulation could potentially still be located. Let's kind of back this view out once again. I-74, St. Joe, you're in the warning. Royal, you're in the warning, but I'm just trying to kind of analyze this on the fly and see, okay, let's look at where some of these brighter kind of red colors are located at this time. And that may be, an area to watch out for. So this is actually going to be kind of north of Champaign, but some strong winds maybe there, maybe a little bit of a heavy rainfall, could be some pea-sized hail, but any of this is some strong winds. Thomasboro, I know you guys may have some strong winds, but as I look at this on radar from a velocity standpoint, just not seeing. Glenn, were you, did you have a reporter or anything? Okay. Glenn just kind of popped in here. We've got the whole team that's here, sports. We should be in a newscast here right now, but everyone that is here at the station is efforting reports from news to weather to sports and trying to figure out just kind of, what may be kind of transpiring here as we speak. Seth, we're watching this storm kind of come across. You've got some pictures here. What do you got?
Yeah, this was up in Gibson City. This was Jacob got this picture. This has been a little while ago because the storms have already passed through Gibson City, but we can see what looks to be some rooftops here. Kind of looks like the top of maybe, I don't know if it's a building, kind of the top of a carport sort of thing, but there has been plenty of wind damage there in Gibson City. It looks like enough strong winds there to at least peel off the exterior roof or the siding here of some buildings. So this is on the west side of Gibson City from those storms earlier. Again, that one's come and gone, but these wind gusts, this is what they can do. They can rip off those exterior siding parts. They can rip off parts of the roof of some outdoor buildings. That's why we keep you away from those parts of your house, because even if there's no tornado, there is some damage. These winds can just tear those pieces right off and lead to this. And you can see it's all over there in the street as well. So this is an older report from when that storm was moving through Gibson City. That part of the segment was moving through, but just kind of shows you the potential that these storms can bring. So that was, again, west side of Gibson City, Kevin.
All right. Thanks for the report over there. We are in the middle of it here, folks. We've been watching these storms for quite some time. They're picking up on their forward progression here in speed by quite a bit. And we're watching it. Just got a report that Champaign Willard Airport, they had a 59 mile per hour wind gust come through, 59 when it came through. So let's kind of reset things. That's I know we've got this tornado warning stuff. Let's go back to the beginning here. We've got multiple areas with severe thunderstorm warnings, and we'll do this again where we just kind of clear the radar off so you can kind of see who's in the clear here so far. So you've got Champaign, you've got Douglas County, severe thunderstorm warning, portion of Piatt and Moultrie. You've got up here still the tornado warning in effect for Iroquois County, severe thunderstorm warning as well. And I know you're saying, what about us in Coles, Effingham, Cumberland, Shelby, Christian? Nothing going on in your area here. Throw the radar back on, just kind of look at things. Look, do you see how the signatures here have weakened a little bit in terms of the reflectivity? They don't look as strong, but that can be deceiving sometimes because you can still have some strong winds still kind of coming through. And I think that could still be happening on the leading edge of things. Let's just kind of come back in here and the colors that you're looking at. So you've got some reds, then you start to get into some of these kind of pink colors. Okay, 45, 50 mile an hour winds. And you start to see this kind of color here, this kind of brighter pink, and then sometimes this beige color here. That's your strong wind. So Rantoul, I think you're going to start to see some strong winds just kind of coming in there between Thomasboro and Rantoul. But as far as where maybe that tornado, that circulation could be, I'm going to try to come back here and try to find something. So it's going to be there along Highway 130, probably just north there of Philo. If you're in St. Joe, be in your tornado shelter. If you're in St. Joe, be there. So we're going to have this area here. There's sellers. Okay. We'll be watching out for you guys as well. And it's going to be on that leading edge where sometimes you can get a little spin up, a little circulation that occurs there. Flat fill up here. You're kind of on the edge of it, but St. Joe, stretching down here to the south, all the way to Highway 130. So technically, if you are in Champaign city limits, you're good. you can come up from your tornado shelter. If you were down there, if you're in Champaign, kind of city limits there, you're okay. But if you are kind of east of town there, just east of town, south of Thomasboro, along 45, between Sellers to St. Joe, you're going to want to just kind of be hanging out, because we're just watching this area here. And yes, Royal, Ogden, nothing there yet. And I want to stress this. There's a huge box that there's a tornado warning. It doesn't mean everyone is going to see a tornado. It means we've got some circulation here. They're trying to determine exactly where this may be going. But right now, as we see it, it's probably going to be here, maybe south and west of Sellers now, where maybe there could be a little bit of that rotation in there. Definitely some stronger winds that are showing up. Let us know where Jacob is located too. I'm just curious on his positioning. This thing started racing. I couldn't, I wouldn't be surprised, if this thing, the latest. Seth, you let me know. Was the movement on this now like 16? That had to be like 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, let me check real quick, and I've got one thing to update you after that with you. So this says moving east at 50 miles an hour. Weather Service says they're going to opt for a severe thunderstorm warning when it gets to Vermilion County. I'm not sure if it'll have that TOR possible tag. I'd imagine it might. And there you go. Perfect timing. So we've got that severe thunderstorm warning. It's got the red outline. That will include northern Vermilion County. That does include Danville. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag, and they have the movement speed set to 40 miles an hour by the time it gets out there into Vermilion County. So they're keeping it with that tornado possible tag, but not enough evidence right now to keep that tornado warning extended. So they are going to stick with that severe thunderstorm warning downstream. Kevin?
All right, thanks a lot, Seth. Again, here we are, 10:12 p.m. If you are in Champaign, you can come out from your tornado shelter, Savoy. You guys are good, but we're watching St. Joe, Sellers, Royal, just kind of monitoring this. As of right now, the Weather Service is not carrying on that tornado warning further east, but that could change. We've got an update from Jacob, who's been in the storm tracker, who about 15 minutes ago had those power flashes there near Seymour in the Bonneville area. You've got an update on some Gibson City damage there. What do you got?
Hey, Kevin, I just got off the phone with my dad, and they've got first responders out assessing damage. He says there's a path of damage from the southwest part of town to the north and east. Several buildings have roofs that have been blown off. There's sheet metal across power lines. There's trees down across town. They've got city crews, fire department, police that are out assessing the damage there, and the power is out. So he's asking that if you're in the Gibson City area to stay off the roads until crews can get things cleaned up. Quite the mess, it sounds like, up in Gibson City tonight, Kevin. We're now east of University on 74, heading towards St. Joseph. We'll be there in about 5 minutes, and we're going to keep Vermilion County covered, even though the warning as a tornado warning may not continue. I'm going to follow this storm and to keep our friends in Vermilion County in the loop, Kevin. We'll have any updates if we see anything as we're moving to the east here towards St. Joseph. Live in the storm tracker, I'm meteorologist Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, good job out there keeping up with the storm. What he does is not an easy thing to do when you're out there chasing and trying to stay ahead of things, trying to see things at night. So we appreciate Jacob's work out there in the storm tracker as always. And that's the great thing is, we're able to give you those views, try to give you the views of the storm, try to have eyes on the storm. Nobody would have saw those power flashes, from a broadcast standpoint if we weren't out there. And Jacob was out there in the storm tracker, showing them to us live on the air, showing that tornado that was kind of coming through. So now here we are watching our storm. I want to go up because, again, I know we've got a ton of you that watch us up in Iroquois County, and we've had just so much going on. We're trying to cover everybody as much as we can. You guys up here, you've had a pretty little line coming through the Cissna Park area, and now coming into, eventually Watseka, Milford, Woodland, Wellington areas. And so we're going to watch this line come through. Could there be some embedded circulations along this? It's definitely possible here. You know how fast we've seen these things kind of pop up there and then kind of go away. Again, we watched those power flashes for Jacob. They were there for about a minute, and then suddenly they weren't there anymore. So that's how fast things can kind of change and evolve. And that's where we're just trying to stay on top of this the best that we can. I would normally be in the middle of my main weather segment on WCIA News at 10 o'clock here. Actually, Seth would be here normally on the 10 o'clock. But we've got you here. We're watching our storms that are coming through. Yes, the tornado warning does continue here for northeastern and kind of eastern, I should say more of eastern portions of Champaign County. As I look at this here, not seeing anything that's definitely making me go, we better watch that. I think there's some strong winds in there. And I don't want to downplay that, because I think we're going to find that we may have had more damage from straight line winds than actual tornadoes here tonight. But a lot of that data and a lot of those reports seem to lag behind several hours or maybe the next day. I have a feeling we're going to hear a lot about maybe some trees or power lines down, maybe a handful of these little spin up tornadoes that may have occurred. And then the Weather Service is going to have a heck of a time going out and surveying and trying to determine, was that a tornado? Was that, straight line winds? Because we've had both. You got the straight line winds pretty much anywhere along the line, but then you may have this little 1 mile by 1 mile square where, maybe there's a little circulation that pops up in a field, right? And we've had that a handful of times here. Getting a lot of reports of some damage up in the Bloomington Normal area as well that we're hearing about. So we're going to maybe try to get some of those pictures and whatnot coming in. And folks, back there, make sure we're checking our email system and Facebook and see if we're getting any pictures coming in via our Facebook and email. And if you guys have any pictures of damage, and if you can capture it safely, you can email it news@WCIA.com or weather@WCIA.com. You can send us a message on Facebook. There's multiple ways that you can get those to us. So I just want our folks, whether it's our producers or Seth and everybody else, Brandon and Kelly that are here with us, let us know if you're getting any of those pictures in, because our viewers do such a fantastic job of letting us kind of see maybe what has occurred. So if we're getting any of those, let me know, and we can kind of share those with our viewers here tonight. As of right now, strong winds here. I'm just gonna kind of stay off the velocity for it, because it's kind of muddy, and what we're seeing here more than anything is some strong winds here. Now you've got Penfield. Some heavier rains coming in there. You're going to have on the leading edge of this, there's going to be this gust that occurred. We heard it here at the station. It was all of a sudden, whoa, was that the wind? And it was. And so you may have the same thing happen. It'll be calm, and then whew, all of a sudden those winds really kind of kick up. So there's Vermilion County, Oakwood to Danville. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Sydney, St. Joe, Royal. You're technically still under this tornado warning. I'm just going to look at my other little computer that I have here just off of the screen. I'm not seeing anything that's making me go, okay, that is suspicious and we need to watch it. Now, we had that earlier. You may have heard me say the same words. That looks suspicious. And sure enough, we eventually had that tornado there that crossed from Piatt into Champaign County. So this is what we're dealing with here right now, folks. We come back here to kind of the big view of things, the 30,000 foot view, so to speak. I want to just kind of look at some of these storms here. Kind of interesting. North of the St. Louis area. And the reason that I point that out is because some of the models, and I'm since we've been on the air for a few hours, I've not looked at some of the newest models, and maybe Seth can tell me. Some of the models earlier today were trying to show us maybe kind of this first wave hitting maybe our northern counties, and then there might be this kind of second one that maybe could hit some of our southern counties or not. I'd be curious to see if this is maybe the beginnings of that, because you're talking, maybe, 1 a.m. in some areas, maybe like, Cumberland County and over here into Clark and Edgar County. I'm just curious if that is the beginnings of that. I don't know if Seth, you're seeing anything with that, but it looks like they've got warnings out there, and we have not seen a whole lot here kind of on our southern edge of things. So that's something that we're going to be kind of monitoring and watching here. But multiple counties, severe thunderstorm warnings. So it looks like now no tornado warning in effect for Iroquois County. The only one still left standing with the tornado warning is going to be here into eastern Champaign County. They're just going to hold on to it here for another few minutes. I mean, it's a tiny little box now, but you've got St. Joe, that thing's kind of coming right on top of you, and up towards Penfield. You're technically not in that warning, but if there's something in there, tough to kind of see. Jacob's been continuing his eastward trek into Vermilion County there. And Seth, was there anything you were seeing with any of the models there, maybe on that other stuff here for later tonight, on whether or not that may, because we saw that earlier today, and some of the models saying, there might be that little secondary push. I don't know if we're seeing any of that or not here tonight.
Right. Yeah, I'm bringing some stuff up here right now. The problem is, this is what the model says should be happening right now. clearly wrong. So I'm going to just adjust it to move it to a little better placement of where things might be. But even that doesn't look super reflective of the current conditions outside. But we can kind of see, down there closer to Fayette or out there towards Montgomery County, maybe some more of the stronger action still wanting to keep up that way. I will say we have tons of really rain-cooled air across much of the area. The one part that hasn't really been tapped into is down there around I-70. And you can kind of see little features like that. That one out there closer to Richland County out that way. So models, hinting at some strength still on some of those southern storms. Let me check real quick at those temperatures here in the area. You'll see what I mean by some of those rain-cooled spots where the atmosphere is not going to be able to allow anything to happen anymore. So we're at 61 in Champaign, 61 in Springfield. It's still 76 in Effingham, so there's some of that untapped environment. It would be not surface-based stuff, but there's still potential. Maybe it could be surface-based, some of these strong winds out that way. So that's kind of a part of the area that hasn't been tapped into. As we see these storms move on through, the cooler air is kind of the sign that things are over with. But we don't have that cooler air yet in Effingham. So that model's still kind of picking up on that potential down that way. So it appears the big widespread round is over, but maybe the folks closer to I-70 need to pay attention here for just a little bit longer. We'll see what that stuff down that way does. Certainly not going to rule something like that out. They have been peeling back also the tornado watch here a little bit. Let me see if I can get the newest on that. But clearly a little segment like that getting ready to head this direction. We'll have to keep an eye out for it. That one also with the tornado possible tag. Let me bring up that tornado watch. They may not be trimming this down in real time because obviously they got a lot on their plate to worry about. But you can see several counties already removed from this watch. You can imagine they're going to take out a handful more, whether it be DeWitt, Macon, Piatt, Champaign, all those places. But we see down there Macoupin, Montgomery, Fayette, that watch may stay in effect. It's supposed to go until 11 p.m. We'll see. Maybe the Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center decide to extend that. That'll kind of tell us their thoughts on that as well. Also, it sounds like we've got a report ready for Jacob. So I'm just going to go ahead and let him take control here. Jacob, what's your report? Where was it at?
Hey, Seth. Hey, Kevin. I'm in Ogden now, and I'm actually ahead of the storms now. And the thing that I noticed is that it's 61 degrees, and it's cool air blowing out ahead of the storms. To me, that is great news because when the winds blow ahead of storms, it kind of cuts off the warm, unstable air. Your tornado threat goes down very, very quickly in that situation. And that's what I think is happening here now. So that's good news for Vermilion County. I'm going to keep going to the east towards Oakwood just to stay ahead, 50 in Oakwood and check things out. But as we watch these storms here, as long as that rain-cooled air continues to surge ahead of the storms like I'm seeing here now, that's good news because, again, the tornado threat does come down. It's a sign the storm's kind of weakening. They're losing their strength. They can't hold back that stronger winds. They're just letting it all out, kind of deflating like a balloon here. Still, though, that does mean you can get strong straight-line winds, and that may still be an issue here. We may still have some pockets of some 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Vermilion County. That's my report from Ogden in the Storm Tracker. I'm meteorologist Jacob Dicki. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Jacob. Yep. Thank you very much for that report. So like you said, some good news if some of that cool air is jumping out ahead of these storms, because that's going to kind of choke them off of some of the best stuff and allow these storms to perhaps come down a little bit in intensity. So still watching them. They've got warnings for a reason. But this is kind of the part in the night, Kevin, that we talked about where let's just back up this radar an hour or so ago. This line looked a lot stronger when it was out here across the central part of the area. And then as it advanced to the east, you can kind of see the reflectivities come down a little bit. Like we said, reflectivity doesn't tell the whole story, but it does tell part of it as far as where things are heading, but still plenty of warnings up and down this thing. Some strong winds, maybe not the 70-plus mile-an-hour stuff we had earlier, but still 60-plus can do a little bit of damage. And that might be more kind of what we're seeing here with this point in the night. So good news as far as that goes. Like we said, we'll keep an eye on this stuff down here to the south and west, perhaps heading towards Macoupin County here before too long. But if these storms continue at the rate that they're going right now, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility to say in the next 30, 45 minutes, stuff has crossed the border and the widespread threat has certainly toned down. At least that's what every model's been showing as well. So good news as far as that goes. There's been a lot of action. And I completely agree with what you said, Kevin, as far as damage reports go. There might be a lot of them tomorrow because this is all we have right now. All of it's up there to the north and west. We know for a fact there's been a ton of damage up and down around 57 and through some of the stronger winds as that line moved through. So when the sun comes up tomorrow, it's not out of the realm of possibility we're going to see some more on those damage reports. And one thing that we have loaded up here real quick to show, earlier when Jacob was on that storm, that tornado warned storm, we've kind of got footage of when those power flashes happened. So that was live right in the air, and that was right in front of you, Kevin. So that was, looks like just around half an hour ago as those storms were moving closer to Champaign County. We had those power flashes. Yeah, clear as day there on the right side of the screen. So definitely had something knock out the power there. Probably some tornadic damage, at least as it started to move closer this direction, Kevin.
Yeah, there you go. There it is again. You can see the flashes there. Again, that was earlier, folks. This is not now. This was earlier. It was about 9:53 p.m. That was Jacob's shot. And what was there? Maybe 4 or 5 different power flashes there. So again, that was earlier with those storms. And so, here's the thing. There's going to be the argument. Okay, was that from some straight line winds, or was that a tornado? Jacob was saying that he saw some dust getting kicked up there. He was mentioning, seeing that kind of little lowering in that area. And so that's what you're looking at there. So again, that was earlier tonight with some of those power flashes. Again, I don't know if we can re-rack that again, but you from the beginning, but you may have saw my reaction when that first power flash occurred. And I kind of was, whoa, what was that? Was that a power flash? And sure enough, there it is again. It's like, I'll step out of the way. And so again, this was earlier tonight. This was south of Mahomet. Bondville, kind of Seymour area, south of Seymour, as Jacob was kind of panning. He was on Highway 10 there. So he was on Highway 10, and you're going to see another flash here kind of come up. So 4 or 5 of those flashes that occurred. So, and I got a report there from John Dwyer, the emergency manager from Champaign County, and he was saying that some power poles kind of down there near 47 near Seymour, where some of that rotation was located. But obviously we saw those earlier. So all right, let's come back here to radar here. I think that Seth is completely right as well in that this is weakening. Okay, folks, from what it was earlier, weakening. And we thought all along, right near the I-57 corridor, eastward, maybe we start to see that weakening trend happen. That's what the models have been kind of showing here all day. And now we're starting to see a little bit of it. I still think that you're going to have some gusty winds here. Let's not, fully discount things here in, Vermilion County and Iroquois County here just yet in Douglas County.
Yep.
But the storms are continuing to move off to the east. You can tell just by the naked eye looking at it. You don't have to be a meteorologist. You can see there's more of these greens and yellows. And as you know, that's more of that, lighter reflectivity showing us not as intense of some of the, the rainfall. And then when we look at the velocities there, not as intense of the winds kind of showing up along there. We've still got a little bit. Okay. But if you remember earlier, some of these colors were a lot brighter, indicating those really strong winds. And again, I think the reports that we were getting out of Bloomington Normal, there's a lot of reports of some damage there in the Bloomington Normal area, trees, power lines down, and we're hearing more of that to kind of coming in. And these reports are going to take a little bit of time to kind of, siphon through and get everything. And it's dark. It's also a Friday night, folks. It's a Friday evening here. A lot of people maybe out and about doing things, traveling, and don't know that maybe they've had some damage. But just look at that from earlier. Look how intense the red colors were as that was coming across. And now look at the view that we're getting. So that is definitely an improvement. That's not, completely say, hey, you're good over in Vermilion County or Douglas County and Iroquois County just yet, because you've still got some intense storms here in the leading edge. You're going to have those gusty winds. I know Ogden, it's on top of you. There's Hoopston there, and eventually we'll be watching things there between Bismarck and the Danville area. Okay, I believe at this point now at 10:30, we're not going to have the tornado warning in effect anymore for Champaign County, and we're going to have just severe thunderstorm warnings. So here's, and again, and I know, people all the time, can harp on us when, they say, well, you're not going to continue to cover Vermilion County. Well, it is our policy that we go on for tornado warnings. And we've done that here tonight. And when we just go back to severe thunderstorm warnings, we transition the coverage out. and back to digital only. We still have about 4 minutes left of what would normally be WCIA3 News at 10 o'clock. Okay, so we're going to hold on air on TV until 4 o'clock. Let's get those of you in Vermilion and Iroquois County a 3.5 minute. Here's what's up. Here's what's happening. Here's what to expect.
I will say too, Kevin, before we wrap up, there's a tornado warning in Jersey County. So it's far southwest, but that might be something that lingers here into the night. Who knows? But it's part of that same segment. So I just want to bring that up before we hop off the air. There's still a possibility some stuff wants to ride down there closer to I-70. So we'll keep our eyes out for that. Probably keep some digital stuff going here. Just want to get that out on the air before.
No, it's good. It's good to point that out because that will come into play with what we're talking about here in terms of maybe our southern counties that could get hit. But because, we want to tell the folks here what's going on in Vermilion County right now. You don't have a tornado warning. The storms are weakening. They're weakening from what they were. So here we go. This is for you in Vermilion County, all you folks there. We've got a ton of you that watch us over there, and we appreciate you. Bismarck, Danville, Westville, Oakwood. There's even Higginsville there. Okay. Right now, leading edge of this, some gusty winds. I'm just not seeing the circulations. I'm not seeing tornado. This doesn't scream tornado to me. It screams still maybe some gusty winds, coming into Fairmount there. You can see some of those brighter colors, but it's not screaming tornado to me here at this moment. Could that change? Yeah, it always could change. But as right, I'm just kind of looking at some other data here. Something we're keeping an eye on. Nothing yet. So all of basically Vermilion County from Westville, northward, you've got the severe thunderstorm. You can see the most intense part of this. This is going to continue to move off here to the east. Yeah, you're going to get some strong winds here, maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds. Right now, no circulations with it. I want to do the same thing for our folks that are watching us up here in Iroquois County. We've got about 2 minutes left here, and you can see there's Wellington, there's Milford, things calming down in Watseka, Cissna Park, Woodworth, but still kind of the southeastern corner there, Wellington, still seeing that northern Vermilion County, severe thunderstorm warning. All of this, severe thunderstorm warning, no longer tornado warning. There's Collison. You guys probably going to see that gust of wind here real soon. Bismarck, same thing for you folks as this comes across. And then down here towards Georgetown, Jamaica, Sidell, not as strong for you guys. Now we're watching a little bit something down here towards Tuscola and Villa Grove. But as we kind of give you that wide view, the home view, though, the area that we cover here, and send you back out to kind of show you what's going on. That's what we've got left of severe thunderstorm warnings. That could be the next round. If you're in Effingham, if you are in Shelbyville, if you are in Toledo, Greenup, Casey, be paying attention tonight. We're just going to watch that stuff down there, see if it holds together for our southern counties here. Here's the other thing I want to tell you. Our coverage, we've been streaming our coverage online this whole time. We're on the WCIA3 Weather app, streaming on there. If you got the app, you can pull it up. We're on Facebook, We're streaming on X. We're streaming on YouTube. We're streaming everywhere, You can find us. And we're going to continue our coverage of streaming on there since we don't have any more tornado warnings in effect. Our newscast is over here in a few seconds, and we're going to continue our coverage on digital. We'll catch you there online. And if any other tornado warnings get issued, we'll pop back on here on television. We're watching you folks there, Vermilion, Iroquois County. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Go ahead and talk, Kevin.
Okay, folks.
Yeah,
I think are we back on just digital now? Those of you, we still got a bunch of people watching on digital over there, Seth?
Yep.
Okay.
We're still good.
Perfect. So we're still streaming. We've still got people that are watching us here. I know you got people in Vermilion County here. It's I kind of made the remark earlier because I always catch the flack of you never cover Vermilion County. It just seems to be that the storm is weakened.
Weaker by then.
They're weakened. They weaken, which you would think that's good news for you folks. But we have the severe thunderstorm warning that's still in effect here. We're still monitoring this, and we just hop off the TV. Here's the thing. We have to abide by the policy that we set, because if we do it for one storm and not the other, okay. And our policy is tornado warnings in our area. We cut into the TV part of things. It's always been that way since I've been here 9 years. It was that way before. It's just kind of how we do it. We have the tools to be able to do this digital coverage, and so we can do that here. And the not interrupt program. I interrupted, I think, Fire Country and some other things here tonight, but we had to do it. We had tornado warnings here. But now the storms are weakening for now, okay? For now, this is what we're watching for later tonight. Does this hold together down here and clip some of you that have been largely left out so far? That's what we have to watch. We're gonna do some internal kind of looking at some models and the atmosphere, see what's been worked over, see how much instability is left, and we're gonna kind of take a look at things. But let's talk to our folks here in Vermilion County, mainly now because it's just maybe Wellington there into Iroquois County. But hey, this stream is going to be for you guys here in Vermilion County, because here's what we've got. Danville there, and maybe we'll have a little view of the storm there on the Danville camera here coming in the next few minutes as the storm kind of comes in. As I look at things on velocity, not seeing anything that has me too concerned here. You're probably gonna have some stronger winds, and I just kind of look at some of those areas there where those brighter colors kind of show up. But so far, so good here. We're going to watch this with you guys. Seth's still here with us. I know Jacob's still over there in Vermilion County. He's still over there watching things and he would tell us, and he would see, there he is right there. He's making phone calls. Jacob's making phone calls there to, gather reports and kind of see what's going on. And, he's got a pretty good source in his dad up there in Gibson City, where they've had some of that damage there tonight. So, Gibson City just always seems to be the target for bad weather and severe weather and whatnot. And so it looks like they've had something going through tonight, possible tornado maybe, or some of those winds will have to kind of be determined later on. But he's going to gather that information. We're still looking for some of your guys' pictures, if you've had anything, and any more of those reports coming in. We've had several wind damage reports, wind gusts that were 60 miles an hour, and a lot of it, I think about 58, 60 was really common in a lot of spots, but the Bloomington normal had an 85-mile-an-hour wind gust that was reported up there when the storms came through. So right now, there's Oakwood, there's Danville, there's Bismarck, and a general weakening trend with the storms as those move off into Indiana. But there could still be some more coming here through tonight. How's our power outages look out there tonight, Seth?
Let me bring that up here real quick. I'll get that on my system here.
Sure.
And let me pop that in here. Now that we're off TV, my legs got to rest here.
You
see me a little slumped down here. My feet are killing me. So let's pop this up here. Let's take a look at some of these outages. Let me refresh. And if we can we go ahead and bring my thing full here? So I'm just going to navigate across some of the counties with the biggest outages here. Logan County, just a little over 400. How about McLean County? They've got over 21,500 people without power. That's 25% of the areas that are tracked there in the county, 25% without power there. So just a mind-bogglingly high number of customers without power. Same goes for Livingston County, around 800. Not quite so bad in Ford County. I maybe have a little harder of a time believing that just with all the damage reports that we saw, but perhaps maybe avoided the outages. Iroquois County, though, they've been hit very hard as well, 1,700 plus without outages. As we go down farther south, you'll see some of these counties that just have the white color, not so much the blue or the yellow. Anytime you see that white, that means we're in good shape. Champaign, yes, has a few hundred. Piatt has a few hundred as well. Nothing out there in Vermilion County just yet, but we're seeing the hardest hit areas. We're really up here to the north, and even to the north and west of our area, too. Tazewell County, 5,500 plus without power. Woodford County, close to 1,700 as well. So just tons and tons of outages there, according to our latest outage map. Also, as Kevin alluded to, meteorologist Jacob Dicki out there in the storm tracker. We haven't heard from him in a minute. Sounds like he might have something to relay along to us. So, Jacob, we'll go ahead and send things over to you. Let us know what you got.
Yeah, hey, Seth, it was pretty obvious that these storms are kind of blowing out here. That last little, outflow, the last big deep breath. And that's that air than the wind that's pushing out. So we were a couple miles ahead of it in Ogden and had that rain-cooled air coming on in well before the rain got there. So that makes me feel better about things. Still probably maybe some strong gusty winds moving through Vermilion County, but I don't see a tornado threat with that stuff up there. I do have some reports from Gibson City. I just got off the phone with my dad there. Actually, at the family house, he says the tree in the backyard, the top of it was broken off, pulled over the power lines, and landed on the neighbor's garage. Also, a railroad crossing signal that was nearby at the railroad tracks bolted into the ground, ripped out of the ground and thrown down here. And there's quite a bit of damage up there. Kind of looking at radar, it could be a small tornado came on through. There's a concentrated path of damage from the west side of downtown, West 8th Street, by Kierfot Graphics, the Napa Auto Parts store, Bill Cruz's old warehouse there, where they used to have the haunted houses 25 years ago, and off to the north and east then. And that continues through town where there's some of that damage there. So that seems to be one of the harder hit spots. Also, McLean County stuff, just kind of checking some of the reports. Quite a bit of damage up there. And that 85-mile-an-hour wind report was something else to see. So I'm kind of sitting here for now assessing things, kind of looking at things, Seth, and maybe you can offer some insight. Watching that storm down by Jersey County, heading towards Macoupin County eventually here. If that continues in the direction, we may need to keep an eye out later for Shelby County, Effingham County, places like that. So Seth, offer some advice. We'll kind of figure out with my plan as to head that way, maybe to go up to Gibson City to see if there's anything there, maybe to just call a night and whatnot. But that's kind of what I wanted to give you a report of some of that information that I've got coming on. And I had a number of other folks as well commenting and kind of letting me know about some of the different damage reports that are there. And so if you've got those reports, we do appreciate hearing those. Lots of power outages, lots of different things like that. Seeing a little bit of lightning in front of me still, but kind of watching things pretty closely here, and we'll keep an eye on it. But we kind of thought 7 to 10 p.m. was an opportunity. And Seth, I think it's safe to say that the opportunity that was presented to get some tornadic activity definitely came into fruition tonight. All week, we kind of had this risk. Nothing panned out. The grand finale was tonight, and it's a show I don't think any of us want to have to deal with again. So hopefully this is the last you hear from me, Seth, but we'll keep an eye on those storms south and then see what kind of damage comes out tomorrow. In the Storm Tracker near 5th and I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, fantastic stuff. And yeah, just want to applaud you for your efforts out there tonight, because we had several times where whether it was a storm right over the radar in Lincoln, we couldn't see anything really on radar. We needed those eyes in the field. Same when it started to get here closer to Champaign. We couldn't really see things with the lightning. We were just relying on radar. So it's always nice to have that report down there on the ground, being able to see that dust kick up. There's no chance that we can see that unless we have those reports. So that is some essential stuff and probably helped push along some warnings faster than what would have happened if you had not been out there. So definitely some good stuff. I just want to check back in here in Vermilion County. Can you? Okay, never mind. Okay, sorry. I thought Jacob maybe had something else here, but he turned away his. Oh, he does. Okay, Jacob, do you have something else?
Well, yeah, Seth, I was just going to say with that dust that was by Mount Pulaski, all of a sudden I kind of caught out of the corner of my eye. I was like, what is that over there? And, sometimes you see, I remember when you and I were covering the Champaign County severe thunderstorm warnings when that dust storm kind of blew up by Thomasboro. And for a second, I thought it was that. But the difference a lot of times is that usually that dust blows out. There was clear upward motion with this dust. And that's what stood out to me. Hard to see in the camera, but, those reports coming on in. And after a few minutes, I kept looking at that thinking, I think that's a tornado. And then the Logan County EMA also chimed in and said, yeah, we're looking at it too. And you could see that column kind of up, connected with the clouds here. So, that was a little, I don't know if you noticed, but where I was, it was about a half mile behind me. And I was in the path of it. So trying to get out of the way of it there and let it go on by. But might have been at least a weak tornado at best out of that. And then we'll see what that Champaign County one was with the power flashes as well there, kind of catching that. We were saying, I see something kind of there. It's not complete, we say with funnel clouds, a lot of times you think, oh, I'm going to see the cloud. Sometimes in certain situations, the cloud won't condensate in those tornadoes, and you'll just have kind of some rotating air, or maybe it partially condensates. Sometimes we see that in these line events where it doesn't condensate all the way for one reason or another. So it's not a cloud that's visible, but the rotation is still there, the rotating air connected with the ground. That's what I think happened there briefly with that area south of the Seymour that we were watching with those power flashes that we had on TV. So feel pretty fortunate. For a second there, though, we got a little nervous for Champaign-Urbana, but I haven't heard anything. Willard Airport had a 58 or 59 mile an hour gust, but it seems like maybe the worst damage has been McLean County and off towards Gibson City. But again, it's dark, hard to see right now. The storm, Seth, hard to see the damage. I think we'll wake up, have a better idea with things starting tomorrow morning. Seth, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Jacob. And yeah, I'm just kind of rolling back some of the velocity footage here, or some of the velocity scans out there closer to Logan County. There was certainly something really strong. There's some strong pockets of wind. Very easily could have been rotation, and we even had that confirmed tornado. I would love to be able to go back and look here at some point in time at the real estate that was covered in confirmed tornado warnings. I don't know if we're going to ever top that. That was a lot of area covered in a magenta box there. Just not something you see very often. As we look at the evolution of these storms throughout the night, just look at these strong winds. I mean, all up and down that line is some pretty intense winds, especially right here into parts of up there in Chupaya County as it moved this direction. So just such strong winds. And then eventually as it moved over here into Champaign County, yeah, things got a little dicey there for a second, especially outside of Seymour. And right as it got up until Champaign, and then all of a sudden those strong winds were what took control here at some point in time. So that is how everything evolved here through the night. The rotation kind of just gave way to more of those stronger winds at some point in the night. And yeah, that's exactly how things played out.
I think. Do you guys have that picture there, Gunnar, or did you send it to us?
Yeah. Oh, sent it.
Oh, okay, got it.
So,
so we've got a picture. Do you have the email?
Yeah, I'll see if I can pop it up. Are you done loading into this other computer too?
Yeah, you do what you need to do. Yeah. So we're getting reports of maybe up near Loda. So Seth is going to effort getting that picture. Go ahead and just take Max 2 full here for a second, and I'll kind of show this. And Seth's going to work on that.
Max 1 full, I think.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Max 1. My bad. I'm usually on Max 2. I'm so get my numbers mixed up here. So here's our storm that's in Vermilion County still coming into Danville now in the Bismarck area. Still that severe thunderstorm warning, but obviously things a lot weaker than what they were just a little bit earlier. We're getting some reports up here near Loda. Of some damage that occurred. So we're going to take you up here and talk about that. That's going to be up here into the southwest portion of Iroquois County, possibly a few grain bins.
I got your picture now on Max 2. So
all right,
there you go.
Look at that.
Those are some sturdy buildings sometimes too. The material that goes into that, those are not easy to move. So that just either got pushed over, or just even shredded a little bit there in the front of the picture. So that takes a lot of strength, manpower, physics to pull off.
Yeah, definitely. So there you go. Do they have any specifics on location, or just Loda was kind of the in general for the report? I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like that's all
just kind of general
on that front.
Okay, sounds good.
Jacob might have a report on his Facebook page here. I'm gonna see if I can pull that.
Yeah, I'm just now getting to some of my Facebook kind of messages and things and whatnot. And so we're going to try to effort some of those. But again, so that was here in Loda. We were looking at there, southwestern Iroquois County, north of Paxton, as those storms were coming through. So that was probably is going to be the Gibson City. You know, if there was something, it's going to be right on par. If you kind of had something from Gibson City, it was going to the north and east. And so, it could be associated with that. So wouldn't be surprised if we had some of that. Maybe that was a tornado there that passed there through Gibson City. You got some more?
Yes, this was from Jacob's page here. Because I've got great view of the image here. I got to pull it up on a separate thing to see the description and where this was at. Okay, so this was again in Gibson City. So another photo damage in Gibson City. Trees down, roof damage, power lines down from West 8th to the northeast, and that was sent to us by Chloe Bishop. So thank you for the picture. But yeah, clearly that building, the roof almost completely ripped off, and even the kind of support beams along the roof taken out with it as well. So Gibson City sounds like there is quite a bit of damage. I kind of combed around, looked on the sky cam there where we have it. It sure didn't look like there was anything in that immediate area. But
so where was that in town?
This was, it said, from West 8th to the northeast.
Gotcha.
West 8th Street Avenue.
Okay, got it.
Up to 12th and Church, I believe, is what I just heard Jacob say.
12th and Church.
Okay. So from West 8th to 12th and Church, somewhere in that span.
Gotcha. So that's going to be over there near the First Christian Church. Is that right? In that kind of area? So more on the kind of the north side of town. Is that right, Jacob?
Down to the north there towards the city park, North Park. So kind of middle,
From
10 blocks
downtown
south
to
of the
the
hospital.
north towards City Park is what he said.
Towards the Gibson City North Park?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So, which is interesting is, that would have been, I mean, our cameras at the Gibson Hospital on the north side of town, all right, so we're looking at Danville here, and again, for our folks that are there in the control room, just give us another 8 or 9 minutes here. We'll cut you loose here in just a little bit. They've been helping us here with the digital coverage here tonight. You're looking at Danville. That's our camera view there. They have trimmed back that tornado watch there, Seth. Look at that.
Big time. And it kind of to what I said right before we went off the air, they got rid of it for everyone except those 3 counties right there, Macoupin, Montgomery, Fayette. So I'm willing to guess they're probably going to see what that feature does over the next, at least 8 minutes, because that was when the watch was set to expire. We'll see if they potentially expand that by another hour or so. So I think they're kind of waiting on that in order to let those 3 counties go. But yeah, almost the entire area, all of central Illinois outside of those 3 counties has been lifted from that tornado watch. The cool air passed through. The front will pass through here before too long. And it's already game over here for a lot of us. We are not going to see anything here through the rest of the night. Even if you're getting some light storm activity there in Danville, it's nothing too serious, even if it's got that warning on it. So you can see the watch has had a huge bite taken out of it there. Just keep an eye on Macoupin, Montgomery, and Fayette counties. Again, this watch goes for the next 7 minutes at least. We'll see if they decide to extend things from there. Maybe doesn't warrant a watch. That doesn't mean that little feature down there isn't worth watching here for the next couple of hours, but probably beyond that point of widespread stuff. We'll see what that decision is, and we'll see if we can get any insight there. That would be the St. Louis office that takes care of those 3 counties for sure. Let's see. Okay, the following counties have a tornado watch through midnight tonight. It does include Fayette, it does include Macoupin, and it does include, I do not see yes, Montgomery County as well. And that would, of course, be Central Time as well. So it sounds like they're going to let that one be extended until midnight now. So for another hour and 7 minutes is how long they'll see that. Again, it's probably just to keep an eye out on that little feature. I'll show you that real quick on radar, what I'm referring to. There's no warning on it anymore, but you can see it. It certainly is the strongest thing in the area still. That radar feature, that reflectivity, you can see not only heavy rain, but that's probably where some gusty winds are at as well. If we take a look at velocity, we'll probably be able to see nothing crazy, I'm sure, but at least some enhanced wind field somewhere in there. So yeah, things are a little messy, but you can sort of see this little bowing motion here where some of those winds might be gusting out a little bit. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Certainly doesn't look like anything intimidating as far as rotation goes, but obviously enough of a feature to warrant keeping things around here for the next hour or so, keeping that tornado watch around for the next hour all the way through until midnight. So that's what we're seeing on that.
Any of the short-term models had anything?
Let me look here on this. Okay, I'm going to scroll back here. Jacob says there's a discussion about this particular storm that we're looking at. I saw it pop up here I saw you message it to me. I'm like, there's no way that's happening right now. So let me scroll back to that. Around 10:26. They said they had issued a tornado warning on that storm in Jersey County. Said it started to surge a little, which could lead to a quick spin up of a tornado. However, the boundary is approaching this area very rapidly, so we'll have to see if anything is able to happen before the boundary gets there and stabilizes the environment. That was a lot of info at once. Basically, that front, that boundary, it's starting to catch up to the storm. Once it does, it's going to kind of kick its feet out from underneath it and not allow it to really do too much in the way of any sort of, surface-based action here through the night. So we'll see. Let me pop up where that storm is. It should be right there on the western edge of Macoupin County. Let me see if there's a way where I can possibly bring up our Tempest stations down that way, see if I can see where there's any sort of boundary kicking on through. So bear with me here for a moment as I try to do that. I know the camera angles on these might be a little funky at first. You might see a bunch of boxes piled on top of each other. But let me see if I can load that up and it's out. So yeah, there we go. So on the west end of Macoupin County, still looks like we're into those 60s for temperatures, still 70 in Brownstown. But this cooler air up this way is going to catch up to that storm, kind of cut it off and get rid of that unstable air. Again, even 67 degrees isn't anything to brag about, nothing that's really going to produce things to a high level, but there's still some of that relatively unstable air out that way. We'll have to see if that's changes here. Can this temperature thing loop? Okay, it can. So we can kind of see, that's neat. So we can see that cooler air moving this direction over the last 30 minutes or so. So we'll see if it kind of cuts it off and prevents it from really going anywhere and doing too much more. But that remains a little bit of an unknown. One thing we do know, though, there's no warning on that storm, so it's not as intimidating now as it was at one point in time when it had a tornado warning there in Jersey County, and we even looked at the velocity. There's some strong wind, but that's kind of it. But as long as it looks like that, it'll be worth following along here, especially for those places that really haven't seen too much action here tonight. There's some lightning on it. Looks like it's becoming a little less frequent. That can sometimes be a sign of the strength of a storm too. And notice all these bolts are kind of that silver color. That is the negative lightning strikes, which tend to be, well, let me see. Maybe all my lightning bolts are like that. I'm not sure. I didn't pay too much attention to that throughout the night. So maybe it's all kind of meshed into one just general lightning strike, but it's still kind of holding its own. So we'll see what happens with that one as it moves off to the east. I do think, yes, all my lightning bolts are silver right now. So ignore what I said. Sometimes I don't know which radar pages I can get into that. Sometimes it shows negative and positive.
Yeah, I think there are some of our settings sometimes that have that. On this,
oh, here we go. Maybe I can. Did I just do it there? Oh, I have to change. Okay, I have to change the color.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Let me do this.
And that was the thing that kind of we had just going against us was how little of lightning that we really had with the storms, as far as trying to illuminate, the structure. Like
Correct.
Jacob dude was flying blind out there, with the storms a lot and the occasional lightning strike. Sometimes in those supercell storms, there's way more electrical activity going on. So you get that better structure. On these QLCSs, sometimes you may not have as much of that electricity.
So I've gotten a way to differentiate it, but they kind of stay the same color. These are the negative strikes, and then these are the positive strikes. So we do still have some strength in there. There's not a ton of them, but those positive strikes kind of indicate if there is a little bit more kick or life to some of these storms. So certainly it's still something we're watching out for. That's going to be moving through Carlinville here before too long. So we'll see what becomes of that. We'll see how that evolves with time. But this is really the only spot. It is the only spot in the area we have to worry about right now, because everywhere else has seen the stable air sweep on through and kind of end things in the severe threat for us tonight. I'm going to throw up that Danville camera. We can see some action there in town, but that is a lot more mild than what it was through Champaign here at one point. So that just shows you how quickly the weakening process happened. We thought this is what it would probably look like as it weakened and kind of hit a wall and really crash. But there was always a debate. Was it going to do that kind of before it got too far into our area, or was it going to do it right now where it's doing it? And obviously the answer was the latter of the two there. It stayed strong for a very long time here and caused a little bit of chaos as it did so. But now clearly not the same as it once was.
All right, so we're coming up here on 11 o'clock. I think our warnings are starting to move out of our area here. I'm I'm on the Gibson City camera. I'm just kind of panning around to see if I can see anything. Looks like it's still raining there. Again, we're at the hospital. And, you know, there's some damage that's near the, I'm trying to tell, you know, is it dark just because,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
hard to know.
people are in bed at
nighttime.
11 o'clock at night,
Yeah.
or, you know, but, you know, the hospital is going to obviously always have power because, you know, they're going to have backup generators and things
Yes,
like
we are.
that.
Jacob.
So here's what I think I want to do with.
Jacob says he can tell us all about it on the Gibson City camera. I'm not 100% sure what he means by that, but if he...
Yeah, he should know what buildings should
Yeah.
have power and which ones shouldn't, right? Oh, is he
here? Is that old?
No, that's got to be old, right? Jacob,
Let me check mine.
No, I'm not here yet.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Your
There he is.
icon says
He's coming in. Coming in on. He's coming back on 74 there. Okay. So at this moment, we don't have any warnings. So here's what I want to do. I want to tell our crew back in the back. You guys can kind of stand down for now, and we're just gonna switch things over here to our system here. And just give me a second, guys. And let's see here. We've got, let's see here. What am I doing here? We're going to take.
I think production was maybe 7.
Okay, yeah, production's on 6. So I want 7 to be our weather system here. Sorry, guys. We're punching buttons back here to get things around to what we want them to be so that we can continue to hang here with you. But send our crews back home. We've got a new system here, so everything's in a different spot than it used to be. All right, stand by here, guys. I'm not kidding. Oh, there we go. It's clear over
like
here.
I said,
now.
The muscle memory is
oh
gone
my
on
goodness,
that thing
you're
now.
not kidding. Okay, so that's max 1. And all right. I believe we're good here. What mics are we on here? We've got
So
weather.
I've got weather. You got
Prod 8.
You've got 8, right?
Okay, perfect. Yes. So our folks here should still be able to hear us online. Production, go ahead and you can go to black. That's
You
one
guys can kill our mics.
you
Yep, we're
can
good.
kill. There, and then let's just confirm that we are still going here on the digital stream, and you guys can see us. Do I have that right?
Yeah, you should.
okay,
I just
all right.
want to get my
get some of the other. Yeah, get you up there. Jacob's there in 8 still, and
keep talking on yours real quick.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm here. 1 2 1
Yeah,
2.
yours looks fine. We had that
Okay.
trouble with me and Jacob sometimes where it was maybe his voice
Perfect.
picking up on my mic, but
Gotcha.
yours looks as strong as mine does.
Okay, perfect. So hopefully those of you that are watching us here can still hear us okay as we kind of transition over from kind of how we control things, you know, from how we control things from our production crew that's here tonight. So Friday night, probably going to let them roll out. But, you know, I'm kind of, you know, that storm does look, you know, good, but they don't even have a severe thunderstorm warning out there for it. So
No,
I like that. Current instability levels, or even like, what do we got analysis wise?
Let me see if I can pop it up on my software here. I'm not gonna be able to. Okay, hang on. I've got all sorts of things later on each other. Can I just get rid of the radar here? Okay, I kind of did. Okay, there we go. So there is some down that way. I think this is forecast instability when it's on our software. But let me bring up the GR Earth.
Yeah, do the GR Earth, and then GR Earth, and I think
Okay, there we go. Let me peel radar off. So there's not much. I mean,
is that instability?
SB Cape. So
oh wow,
I'm not seeing much of that. Let me confirm that with the meso analysis too, just to make sure.
Yeah, sure.
There is less than 500.
500.
So
okay,
so they're not going to hold out too much longer.
Yeah, so okay, we like. I thought there might still be some instability down there, but looks like there may not be. So basically, those colors over towards St. Louis show there's some instability, which is maybe why those storms were kind of, hanging on there a little bit stronger, but we're losing instability, which will allow for storms to hopefully remain below severe limits. I think they've still got that tornado watch, right?
Correct, until midnight. And I'm going to guess, unless the storm completely pitters out, it might stay that way until midnight. But there's a chance it could fall apart. But at least the reflectivity presentation looks okay, even if the winds don't look particularly, they look a little flat. But there's definitely not an environment that would suggest things are going to sharply turn for the worse based on what we can see there. Let me look at some other parameters here on the meso analysis on the side. And there's a tiny bit that maybe, I don't know. It doesn't look like much. Maybe it'll stay where it's at right now, but probably not strengthening anytime soon.
All right.
And
well,
after that's taken care of, that's all she wrote for us.
See, some of the models are trying to say 2 a.m. still, maybe, so Let's
see what this.
I mean,
shows.
the models
have been bad.
So that's the newest one.
Yes, and this is with me moving it 100
Oh,
miles.
that's you.
East
That's
because
you
it's
moving it
way off.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up.
Those have not been super helpful, and that just adds to the stress. We know a great deal about what goes on in the atmosphere, but these models process things at the speed of sound. They just have a lot of info packed into them. They help us a lot, but there are times where it's just not insightful.
I mean, and I listen, not to get into too deep in the weeds, but there have been talks about in some circles lack of weather balloons that are going up these days.
Yep.
That is that contributing to bad model data? And I mean, I don't know. I'm not deep in the weeds on any of that, but there are less weather balloons up than what we were sending up, I think a year ago or something like that. So I don't know. That's a conversation for behind the forecast or something. With somebody smarter than
an
me.
hour-long special.
Yeah, exactly.
One thing I want to jump in and mention real quick, there's a lot of people asking if they can go to bed based on their current situation. Yeah. I mean, look at this map. I'll pop up here real quick if we can get it switched to mine. There's no watch anywhere other than those 3 southwestern counties. So, I mean, no matter where you're at right now, this threat is virtually over. If something happens, it'll be down there to the southwest in those 3 highlighted counties. Just make sure you've got your ringer on your phone or whatever you use to get those alerts. Have it close by. Maybe set a 30-minute alarm, wake up, see what things look like. But anywhere else, head to bed. There's nothing that's going to happen here. Springfield done, Decatur done, Champaign done, Danville done. So don't feel the need to wait till we directly answer any questions. It is pretty much over for about 90 or 95% of us. So definitely almost no concern here other than just one little appendage that wants to hang around here. But even if it gets to the status of a warning, it's going to be manageable stuff.
Lincoln chat talking anything?
Let's see. They've probably just now gotten to the point where they can slow things down because I think there's a lot that they had going on their plate. So really not much since 11 o'clock. Just some EMs reporting some of the things that they saw.
Wow, 4,700 in Iroquois County.
Yeah, those outages. Yeah, now their box is all yellow too. That's almost 31% of the county of the customers that report there. About 31% without power in Iroquois County. And we're still upwards of 21,000 in McLean County. That's just that's wild. 21,000 without power. I want to see if we got that Skycam turned off on me when those storms move through. I want to see if we can actually see out of the Bloomington camera or not. Let me see if I can switch things there. And
Jacob's back.
There we go. Yay. So yeah, that was the last image I saw. So we don't have anything in Bloomington. Same with the normal camera too. So
I'm just curious where the Iroquois is. It the Loda? I mean, it looks like Cessna Park. I mean, I'm trying to find a lot. Wow, just a ton of. See, I really think that we had a ton of wins. It looks like Watseka 818, one of the bigger ones. Where's the 7,000 coming from?
30% of the county out.
Yep.
Yeah. Just trying to find. I mean, there's 7,000. Where are the big guys at? Donovan, our friends up in Beaverville.
Oh, I hope the hideouts.
Hope the hideouts all right. Yeah. You want Sika? I think, man, I'm not kidding. When that wind hit the station here, I hadn't heard those kind of cricks and cracks
Whistling, yes.
and whistle. I was like, wait, was that it? Because again, the radar was a couple minutes behind. Yeah, and you're going to have that, and we always have to kind of take that in consideration. But because I heard the wind, and I was like, whoa, when it came through. But
yeah, there you go.
So that circulation right there. I mean, that thing was just south of 10, right there.
Got a little.
So we couldn't see the dust so much with the camera, but you could see it way better with your eyes, right?
So with Seymour, it was not like Mount Pulaski. Mount Pulaski, I probably should stand close to.
Yeah.
So in Mount Pulaski, I turn around and it's a wall of dust, and I remember thinking, wasn't there a minute ago. And then what caught my eye in the Mount Pulaski is I kept looking at it and thinking, one, I felt a little too close. So we're back here for this one. If you're able to pull up reflectivity on Mount Pulaski, Seth, and take a peek at that, the thing that caught my eye was when we get back and there we go. See that little thing there on your chestnut, that little appendage that sticks out, and even in one frame before that, that's where I was exactly under that. So right here. That caught my eye. And there was just this, I would describe it as a bowl of dust kind of in the air. And as I'm looking at it more, finally I see it rising straight up. And I was like, okay, that's very clear what that's doing there. Just this little finger appendage kind of sticking out in front there between Chestnut and Mount Pulaski. Enough. Usually when it's blowing dust, it kind of blows straight out and it's all, just getting tossed around in the wind. But this was more orderly and more upward with that as it continued. And I kind of lost it in the rain there, but it kept going. Right there, you can see that little area of rotation, kind of the county line there in 54. That's when I started to kind of cut to the east because I made it back to Maroa and cut my way through the country there. And there was no power on anywhere between Chestnut and Maroa until I got closer to there. But I knew I wasn't going to keep up with that in the Clinton, so I bailed south to kind of watch the Champaign County one. The Champaign one looked more like a dark shadow sticking up, because I had the city backlit, right? So that gave me a really good advantage to see that. You were maybe struggling looking into it, but being behind it with the rain behind me and following it in, I just remember seeing this kind of shadow, this vertical shadow in there and thinking, that's weird. And then kind of coming around in 10 there through Seymour, and that's when those power flashes are right. That was what we were looking at. So
what's the scan just before that one?
Let's back it up.
I'm just...
that's where I was looking and kind of seeing south of the highway there where sometimes I've noticed where, you kind of look from that frame to 2 and 3 frames forward, it disappears. Sometimes those circulations, when they occlude, they kind of tighten up like a ballerina and they just spin themselves and touch briefly and move on. But that was an impressive circulation there for a little bit.
It was. And again, as I was looking, I was like, boy, that nub came right out on the, leading edge there, and boom.
Just like Mount Pulaski, same thing. There's a
little nub. But again, it's only there for a scan or two, and then it's gone. I don't envy the Weather Service. They tried to issue those warnings. There were some big polygons, I'll tell you that. There were some pretty large polygons. But it's so tough, and we warned, tens of thousands of people tonight for tornado warnings, or we didn't. I mean, there were warnings for tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people.
Our stream had about 5,500 people at one point. That's a lot of people, but the whole area had warnings.
That's a lot of a lot of people were under warnings.
That include TV,
Correct.
That include,
Yeah.
I think the LODA, and if you're able to go back and look at velocity from Lincoln
Yeah.
as well, I think Gibson City and Loda has a decent chance of being a tornado for a couple of reasons. One, hearing about the damage. So at my parents' house, the tree in the backyard, my dad said it was weird because the top of the tree broke off, flew to the north over the power lines, and landed on the neighbor's garage.
There you go. Look at all this.
So kind of something directional. And if you go a little further forward, so you've got that Sibley one there, or south of Craft.
It's like there's like 4 circulations.
Yeah. So I think that one there that's now northeast, that red dot there to the northeast of the Y, if you follow that kind of goes towards Loda, I think. For some reason, it seems like on my radar scope, it looked a little better, a little easier to see. I don't know if or maybe I had it on Chicago. That might have been.
Oh, yeah.
Can I? Oh, there we go.
I felt like it was Lincoln, but yeah, they were moving so quick. Something kind of seemed like in that general direction, and that makes sense because that's the same from Ellsworth. From that storm kind of kicking on through. But again, we're kind of over here pitter-pattering about, weak tornado, or was it wind damage?
Or was it,
same wind speed.
Same wind speed as that EF0.
Yeah.
You know, these EF0s are going to be 70, 75 mile an hour winds, but straight line winds are going to be 70, 75 mile an hour winds. But what's the damage pattern? Can you figure that out?
And well, if the National Weather Service comes and says it's straight line winds, then some people will be like, "You're just saying it's not."
Yeah.
But I kind of argue it's like, hey,
well, it's
wind like this, whether it's 70, 80, 90 mile an hour.
Well, it's interesting if you
are straight. Does it make a difference?
Here's the thing, too. Look at the Gibson City. Look at how far the storm moved in the 2 scans. That's 931. It's clear over. It's in McLean County.
Yep.
And then the next scan, 4 minutes later, it's almost to Elliott.
It's like 10 miles. I think there's something wrong with the computer data. I kind of feel like. Let me pull up my radar scope and see, because I remember looking at it real quick.
I'd tell you, there were fast movements.
They were.
And this wasn't exactly expected either, because that's why a lot of these models are behind. I feel like things kind of sped up without.
Yeah.
What time are we looking at? 9:30?
9:32.
Oh, it's already 11. No, what time is it? Is it 11?
It is
11:17.
Holy cow. That snuck up on me.
Yeah. Anybody?
I'm happy I don't have to go down to Effingham tonight.
Well, actually, hold on here. Seth is going to look at that.
Get a coffee.
Yeah.
That's strong winds.
Who's still with us here, tuning in here with us tonight on the live stream? Just curious who's braved it with us here on Friday night and is still watching here. Let us know. And where you're watching from.
So there's some missing frames in there.
Yeah.
You're missing like.
That's interesting.
So that's 9:26 to 9:35. That still moves really quick, but you can kind of see that little circulation right there.
Yeah,
and
sure.
And that same one, I guess maybe that one carried more north, but
I had
we'll see.
Something similar like this happen to me when I was in Springfield, Missouri. It's very similar.
That's the last place I want to share weather with.
yeah, no doubt. There was a line that looked, like, okay, there could be some stuff there, but nothing super, hey, that's it. That's got to be it. And then the next day, the amount of damage reports that came in, and then the Weather Service went out, they confirmed like 20 tornadoes, all very weak, all very, small. But I'm just curious, if that, is going to be the case or not. So, folks that are still watching here on the stream, we're just talking to our crews here. You guys are good.
Yeah.
You guys are good.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you for the help.
You'll be on the nice list next year.
Yeah. Thank you. Loved it.
Michael and Madison.
Appreciate the directing
M&M.
again. So again, that's our crew. So everybody's behind the scenes that punch the buttons. Michael and Madison. And Michael's back there. Gunner is in there, and Bryce doing graphics. So shout out to our crew there. They make the stuff look good on TV, and punching up all the different things and make it fancy. and they even do some digital for us sometimes. And but then we kind of come back to our little, our control. They've got all the fancy things to make things really kind of cook and look cool.
Don't trust us with that stuff.
Well, yeah, I know. Well, we don't trust ourselves, but
Especially with this new switcher out here too.
yeah. So hey, still some people here watching. There you go. Shout out Vetersburg. Yeah, look at that up there. Yeah.
I think it's you're still.
Is that Adam Sharinsky's hometown? Is he finally joined?
Oh,
Ha.
Adam, I got to text from Adam earlier. He was like, what did he say? He said something funny in the chat. I was like, oh man. Yeah, Laporte. He's at Laporte, right? Is that?
No, he's not right.
Oh.
Wait, no.
I thought he's Laporte. Was he not Laporte?
Let me look up his bio on the website.
It's a bad, we don't know
No,
the
he's
town.
65. He went to the high school in 65. Put it back over to the west a little bit. My brain hurts right now. Maryville. He's in Maryville.
Maryville. Okay, that's right. Then he
Maryville. Went to Valpo for school.
Okay, yeah. All right. Well, there you go.
Then stumbled to Joplin. Then landed in Peoria, and then we stole him from there.
There you go. Let's not let this thing get out of control at all. Coming into Christian County
Yeah,
so
can
far.
Can we not?
Can we not? But thanks for those of you tuning in here tonight. Still watching here from Charleston. Thanks, Ann. Judy's up there in Paxton. Maggie's in Hoopston here tonight. Still got some Westville, Trilla, Watsika, Oakland, Buckley still here with us. And Alvin, the old Staunton down there in the old southern part of the viewing area.
Yeah.
Carson with the name there.
We got Chris Pritchett, who sends lots of reports from down there and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He takes all those sunset pictures, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Still a lot of you here with us here. Obviously, much less than the 5,500 that we're watching at that peak there. I had never seen a confirmed tornado box as big.
Is there a way to go back and look at that again?
You can do it on GR.
How can I extend the loop?
Go to
back?
you can do it on GR. Go to GR, and
Right.
I think you can go back and hit the little
Download recent data.
yes, the little white looks like
Hope it
little
goes
white
far enough.
white pages.
Far enough
Yeah,
back.
I think it should. Yeah, hit that one clear to the left.
No, this one.
Yeah. And
Maybe it doesn't go back far enough. Okay.
uh,
Here's a picture I just got from Gibson City.
oh, the railroad sign.
Oh, no.
No.
And that's 50 feet away from where it was standing, I think. I think that's further. Yeah.
Wait, so where's that?
That's Church and 11 by the Presbyterian Church. Or the old Presbyterian Church. And then this is on West 8th. Let me pull the rest of the photos that I got.
I didn't realize there were tracks that. Okay.
So that's the Methodist Church, Presbyterian Church behind you. We're looking at Google Maps, Google Street View. The folks in the street can't try to find.
Sorry,
It's still raining.
guys.
We're watching that.
Sorry, guys. Hey, it's still storming over there. I would have to think that that's not an easy thing to do. Is take
No.
down a railroad.
These things are installed in pretty good.
Yeah,
Deep
but
into the earth.
maybe
if I-
is there no trees? Oh boy. Yeah. What Jacob Dicki, what kind of stuff do you guys do there in Gibson City? Because like I don't
Make
understand.
someone mad.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought that was close to your parents' house.
Yeah, that's my parents' house. And the back tree, there's power lines in the alley. They said that tree went over the power lines. The power lines are still standing, and it landed on the neighbor's garage.
Get out of here!
So the top of it was just broken off, and
Wow.
so how it goes sometimes.
I
was with Dad, and I'll never do it again. It's been a little
while since something happened.
Well, here we are.
Well, because in a little preview for y'all, we ironically have a severe weather show that airs next Thursday, and
Oh, yeah.
one of the stories that Jacob did was the 5-year anniversary of the Gibson City flood.
Every year, I'm going to be able to do a 5-year anniversary of something.
You're going to be able to do the 1-year anniversary. Yeah. My goodness.
This will be the first severe weather special we've ever had where we've had 10 severe weather events
10,
before.
10 severe weather events.
We've had it before. We've had a few, but not this many.
Yeah,
Actually,
no.
10, or is this like 11, 12?
The number of risk days. This is, I think, the 12th
Yeah, I was
now.
about to say.
Whether or not, a couple of these weeks didn't really
That's 12 days of driving in the storm tracker.
Correct. Acting like we're going to have something at the very least.
Okay.
Promise
what?
it's not to get overtime if our bosses are listening.
Yes. we
Okay, what is going
we
on?
hate overtime.
I think we're still here just one, watch that, Kevin, but two, aren't we just waiting for after midnight? The rules change and what we can say and do.
Yeah, exactly. After midnight, it's the after dark version of weather coverage.
Let me see.
It's like a snake. Or a little. Oh, well, we're still rolling here with you guys for now.
I got a makeshift version of. Well, hang on, where'd it go?
Don't worry, if you're watching us on the stream, Seth is efforting the look at how big look at how many
How do you get that
confirmed.
into the stream? What's that on?
I just did this through the Actiplayer. This is
GR.
this
Put
is
it on GR.
Just do. Oh yeah, hand.
Yeah, or actually here, I can do it. I got
Switch it to my
Hold on.
Max here real quick. Or yes, you can do it on
I've
yours.
got it
too.
here. All right, here we go.
Don't look at Kevin's face.
I'm like, what? We have how many confirmed? And again,
All of Ford County.
I don't think I've ever in all my years seen that many confirmed for that big of a box. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no,
I mean,
100%.
Like, yeah, you may have, but like that purple color, I was like, is there something wrong with our radar? Is it seeing this wrong? No. So that was earlier tonight. Yeah, the look on my face was, oh boy.
There was a confirmed tornado all the way from Decatur to Clifton. I mean, think about that.
Decatur.
A box that connected them.
I mean, you have
Yeah.
3 or 4 spots
Yeah.
at varying times. So
And that was the thing is, man,
you got 15 minute polygon in the
a
next
15-minute, and that's what I mean. It's like that.
every time you just can't
You're
keep up.
well, it'll look see, this is cleaner to look at. We were actually looking earlier. Where were we looking at today? Where the polygons were just like
It was
overlapped.
Central Missouri. There was like
Okay,
4
Central
tornado
Missouri.
warnings over the same storm.
Yeah, and so they were. It just looked like a kindergartner. Got the crayon out and was just drawing things. So that would have happened if they had to issue it, expire it, expire it. So, oh boy, no, there's not gonna be anything in Petersburg. You're good. Yeah, you got a little storm coming through right now, but you're fine. Mom and Dad, they're not watching. They know.
Well, they're an hour later too, aren't they?
Yeah. It's
tomorrow there.
it's 12:30 over there. They're good.
It's the weekend there. They don't.
Yeah, they're fine.
They're somewhere else right now.
Your parents like my parents, Kevin, they don't actually watch ever.
No, well, actually, they do.
Yeah, my parents
They-
do too.
No,
My
it's
dad,
it's my wife that doesn't watch. She
Oh,
doesn't.
really?
No, she does not watch at all.
That's exactly
At all.
That's exactly how my family is.
Same
Dad-
am I.
Don't
Dad-
watch at all.
What
Dad
their
is
lives?
Dad is still probably watching right
Yeah.
now. Callie's probably been asleep for 3 hours.
Yeah. No, my mom and dad still watch, but my wife, not a chance.
And
She's
that's
like-
okay.
Well, and no. And the funny thing, like, she texts me tonight and she goes, do I need to sleep in the basement? Because
Right.
she'll sleep through it. Like, she will not wake up for tornado sirens, for her phone going off. So I just tell her, if there's a chance, okay, just go to the basement. So she texted me about 9 o'clock, and I was like, yeah, just go to the basement. And I guess that tornado warning technically didn't hit Muhammad, though.
I don't think it did.
Yeah, it was south.
My wife was in Muhammad too, at her parents.
Yeah.
We're kind of like, yeah, I text her, just go there, take the pup.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it's better, Kevin, if she's asking you if she needs to sleep in the basement than if she's telling you need to
Sleep on the couch.
right?
Yeah. Well, it's a permanent area for me, probably. Yeah, that power outages, I think, are just fascinating too. Oh yeah, Loda.
Mm-hmm.
Loda. Do you know where that is? the Loda picture? We showed that earlier.
Where'd it come from? Do you remember the name?
That was just Gunner put that one up for us. I don't even know who we got it from, but we said we got a UGC or let me check the email. Maybe there's a
Email.
there's a way to trace it back.
Yeah, they got it in there.
That doesn't look like the one in.
Well, see,
Where's Bloomington?
yeah, look at these Bloomington outages. It's crazy. Yeah, so that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna look up in Loda, try to find where that was. And I'm gonna guess Loda might have been very loosely, described. Maybe it was outside there, but that's what we got sent to us that Gunner had.
I don't know if there's an email that came from.
Yeah, because I didn't see it.
I sure don't see it.
Maybe it was in the.
Tyler Hill sent the picture.
Tyler was connected to it too. Yeah.
Oh,
Another picture of Dan.
Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, I see it now. But I don't see any name attached to it. Maybe we'll never know.
Sorry, folks. We were just kind of going through.
Trying to clean up all of the.
Yeah. We just got to go through all of our messages and everything because, when we're on the air, we're not always
quick.
Yeah, things move quick. We're not always looking at all that. So we go back kind of after. Well, there's a storm here in Christian County coming in. Folks are in Taylor. Is there any lightning on this at all?
Trees down, Route 1, Moore Street and Tilton.
Well, that's more lightning than we've seen the whole time.
Yeah, it ticked up a little bit. Yeah, where was that earlier?
Where was that when we could have used it? Would you say that was one of the least lightning?
It was pretty good when it was crossing 55.
Until it got here, though.
Yeah.
And then it kind of petered off a bit.
So you were good over Mount Pulaski-ish,
Yeah.
but then...
I was staring at the Memorial Stadium.
Well, I know. I was like...
I'm not seeing anything.
I couldn't do
nothing.
North of Milford. My friend Kelsey over there.
This was a cool picture we got right in Champaign. Look at that kind of...
That's what me and Brandon saw when we stepped outside the lot. Just some broad lowering, but
yeah,
a little funky.
A little bowl trying to happen.
Here's video from someone by Moreau, which is what I was looking at.
Yeah, the contrast was just so bad tonight.
It was. I could see it some, but they're north of Moreau, looking towards Decatur, so you get that backlit.
Yeah.
Ups up quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's just a column of dirt.
Man, if we could have just had more daylight to see. I mean,
Someone just sent this from St. Joe.
Okay.
Amy says power out in Tilton.
In Tilton?
Debris. Yeah, I just had somebody who.
There was 50.
Who said there was major damage north of Milford. Looking into that more.
So I know somebody's asked, hey, how's Taylorville looking? What storm's going to come on? You're going to have some heavy rainfall there and quite a few lightning strikes too. There's a lot of lightning and just a messy kind of radar picture there. But pretty good storm there. I mean, the Weather Service not warning it. Is anything in the Central Illinois chat?
Nope, just a lot of damage reports, but
damage
nothing
reports.
talking about
Okay,
that
coming in.
particular storm. Actually, hang on. Let me check this reply.
I-57 near Paxton and Buckley. Multiple semis.
Weather Service said Litchfield gusted to 42 knots, so I guess a little over 50 or 55 miles an hour. It seems just sub-severe right now, but we're keeping a close eye on it, mainly a wind threat.
Oh, they've got 57 closed down. It's closed down between Rantoul and Buckley.
There was,
Travel
yes.
Midwest site before you trust the Google.
Yeah, there were semis turned over, is what one report says. We had a gust of 72 in Watseka.
Buckley, Onarga, Loda, Paxton to Buckley. I mean, this shows the Onarga.
Yeah, I see that.
Wow.
That's right where those circulations all came across.
I mean, again, I'm not kidding. Like, I think that the reports are going to come flooding in.
People wake up. Oh.
And this is just so similar to an event that I covered. Like I said, the next day it was like, we had like 20 tornadoes. They were EF0, lasted for 1 minute, and there were just all these circulations. And I'm just would not be surprised if something like that kind of comes up.
And it's going to be McLean, Ford, Livingston, Iroquois,
Yeah.
and Logan counties that have the most.
Give me something to show on the morning show if it gets in there.
So again, you know, where that tornado, where those power flashes were, that is some rural farm field, you know, like there's a handful of houses out there. Because you would have been like right here, right?
Yes. And that would be
Yep.
right, yeah.
Yep. So I'm probably gonna, when I go home, I'm gonna drive out that way. So that's gonna be south of Bonneville. So Windsor, south of Bonneville. I hope that thing doesn't start bowing out there in Taylorville. Let's see. So where it shows some of those outages. Bonneville, 2 squares. So and there are, you know, there's a handful of houses out there. You know, tons of farm land, house to house to house, but like you could have had that tornado go right through the farm field. It would be, you know, 50 yards wide, you know, and that could miss all of those houses and just pluck, you know, some power lines that are along the series or any lines. Yeah, so like I'm gonna guess County Road 19.
How many thousands were out in Bloomington or McLean County?
21,000.
That's crazy.
I think, and I was seeing a bunch of reports of like near campus too, I think. They were talking about
Hi,
those.
Kelly.
Yep.
I-57 closed from Paxton to Buckley. Multiple semis. We're on our stream.
Oh,
You're good.
oh, hey, you go.
We're just chilling
I mean,
at this point. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. They're going to be probably
They'll be there a while.
stuck for a bit.
Multiple semis.
Multiple semis flipped over from the winds from earlier, and so Um,
Are you on the YouTube? Your YouTube channel?
we're streaming right now.
Facebook,
yes.
Twitter,
on Facebook and Twitter, and yeah, if they just pull up WCIA News, Facebook, we're talking about things. Yep. Yeah. So like, I mean, oh, did we pull up our Bloomington normal cameras at all?
It
Frozen?
when that storm went through the first time, the camera hasn't come back since. I'm
It's not-
betting
oh,
it's
because it's
out of
without
power.
power.
As well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this was the last image I had of it, and it's been that way for about 2.5 hours.
Got it.
Unfortunately.
But yeah, Iroquois County, I think, still a big one. They've still got 4,200. Oh, McLean's down to 7,000 now, 7,900. So, but 41% of Iroquois County.
Wow.
So 10,287 customers tracked, 4,258 or 41.39% of Iroquois County are without power.
Apparently, I was on the.
You was on the okay. Okay. Well, folks, still here with us? Ellsworth. Yeah, that I gotta tell you that Ellsworth signature is the one that that's the one that had the TDS.
Mason City.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah.
That's that earlier one. I mean, it kind of looks so.
Yeah.
But
So this front end, that typical little nub there. It was right there. Yeah, it was right there. I was like, so again, this was earlier. This was 908. And look how subtle.
very.
Look how subtle that is. And these are the kind of things that you have to look at and try to find.
It's like a nub.
Yeah. So I always call it the front end nub. And you look at that right there. And again, we were lining up reflectivity.
Looks like it's a little bit.
Yeah, see, it's behind on that one.
Sometimes when those sales scans come through,
Yeah.
they do the reflectivity faster. They don't get the velocity, I think.
Yeah.
I think it was lined up pretty good in real time. Maybe the reverse.
Yeah, maybe it's on
the
this
playback
one.
is a little
Yeah,
wonky.
I noticed that by Gibson.
Yeah, so hold on. Let me redo my little arrow here. So let's do this guy. So this right here is your velocity signature. Those colors right there. And then when you come back to reflectivity, okay, you got a little enhancement right there. And then when you look at the correlation curve doesn't go back that far, does it?
No.
Ah, darn it. Well, we definitely showed the debris
Let
signature.
me
there.
see if I can get that on mine. 912.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it on mine. Maybe mine lets me go far enough back.
Is it directly at that point? It was ripping the roof off my friend's barn.
Where was this at? On the Ellsworth or?
Probably Downs. That probably is one tornado from Downs to Ellsworth.
Yeah, that looks great there on radar. God. It was right there. Went to the north.
Missed Moraine View State Park by not much.
Yeah. Okay, folks, this was earlier tonight.
And something else you can see on reflectivity there.
Nope.
Notice ahead of that, those little cells merging in. They're kind of lifted north as that line's moving to the east there. Because then it continued. You had that report by Saybrook, by the Saybrook curves in Route 9. That's that Ellsworth rotation. But then the next one kind of formed there as that next little cell there kind of merged in. It's interesting.
Yeah, just these little subtle, and that's the thing. These little subtle things can be enough to just get that spin. Oh, here we go for 30 seconds.
Looks like Rick, maybe you're the one that called. Interstate 57 closed between Paxton and Buckley due to multiple semis rolled over from the storms. First responders are out there trying to get them cleaned up.
Seth, you pull up the traffic map there on GR, or if you can.
And Kelly said a few miles past Downs nearest Epiphany Farms Estates. That was she said the barn blew up.
We're going to try to pull up the you guys there. I'm going to pull it up on my screen, stand by, and boom. So as you can see on the traffic map there, that little red area, Paxton, Loda, where we we started those bins earlier. Road closure closed until April 18th. I hope that's not closed for an entire day, but so yeah, that's your area there where they're closed down. And again, it's also because there aren't other exits. There's a handful of exits there, so they have to kind of do the whole stretch. But definitely something there near Loda. But again, here's the thing: when those winds came across, if you have, let's just say that's a 10-mile stretch of 60-mile-an-hour winds against the huge surface area of a semi-truck trailer, those things are gonna tip over. So it doesn't mean that is there another one up there between Gilman and
is there what?
Another one. Let's see if that shows up on the Travel Midwest.
Sometimes Google populates bad data or malicious data or whatever.
No, it's showing up now.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, that's construction, that orange. Isn't it? No, it is.
This is southbound. Yeah, last update, 1146. Congestion. So that's actually the southbound lane to 57 between Gilman and Clifton. And then the north.
Norfolk County must have really been slammed.
I will say that, man, Iroquois County is in that lost area in a situation like this in terms of radar, Chicago, Lincoln, and when you have these embedded circulations trying to find them, shooting
and then
5,000 feet.
The outages over by Peoria.
Yeah, Peoria.
Outages, the road closures.
Oh, wow. Look, that's 74.
Yeah,
Morton?
74 in several spots.
So. Oh. That's what we got there, folks. Thank you for the tour, Seth.
Anytime.
Of the
Glad to
road
help.
closures. Oh, there's that looks to be a little weaker. It did look a little better earlier.
You know what, Kevin? It looks like it's a Seth problem right
Well,
now.
feel bad for our guy. He
12 minutes it'll be.
Just kidding.
He's
A little bit.
got to be back in here on the mornings, so
We'll be
I
fine.
gotta be in Springfield today.
8 a.m.
At least I don't have to forecast any more of this tomorrow morning.
Well,
Finally.
are you going to have to show wind chills in the morning, or
Yes. That's a good point. What's the temp out right now? Because right now is when the front should be kicking through.
I know, weren't we doing some kind of weird drop during the day, then maybe coming up a little bit, or
Yeah, it's going to bottom out at 10 a.m. and then kind of come back.
Yeah.
It's a little weird. It's
61,
47 in Dallas.
48 Galesburg.
Let me just for fun pull up that chart, the wind chill,
Oh no.
just for fun. I don't like how max full is in like the second set of buttons.
Yes.
The one gripe I have
Yes,
against it.
agreed.
That is a
Yeah.
major.
And that's what made me so hard. I would try to find where max 1 and 2 are because they're like just clear over here randomly
I
on.
think they're alphabetical, aren't they?
Oh, are
Maybe
they?
so. I just feel like max should
No,
be the
they're
first
not.
set.
Oh,
Anyway.
they are because of the W in front of it.
There's your. Oh yeah.
Sorry, guys. Inside baseball there on. All right. On routers. If you're all interested in how video routers work, that's what we were discussing. Anyways, you're now looking at tomorrow's wind chill.
At 29 in Pontiac at 11 a.m. Fun.
Wow, some of the damage photos come from Bloomington Normal. I mean, that's impressive.
I mean, it's got to be 21,000 people
At one point, yeah.
earlier. I mean,
And as bad as our viewing area is at WMBD's viewing area, I don't think anything was
God.
touched, was it?
Hammered. It was. Chris Yates had a post that said all the possible tornadoes, and he had a list. Let me look at his. Of course, we've got a list of our own, but he said, "Oh, where's it at here?"
Dickie, you got one of your students asking for extra credit because they watched you on the stream. Oh man,
I think we covered that in chapter 11, which is tornadoes, chapter 10.
that's funny.
That one's
So
up.
that'd be next week.
That one's up there with one of the best comments of the night. I saw another one. Someone from Danville said, right as the storm was going through, the calm before the storm, hashtag Danville Steak and Shake. I'm like, that's fantastic.
Oh my. I'm not gonna lie, I could go for some steak and shake. here.
Sounds
You wanna
really
go?
good.
I did not get to eat dinner tonight.
Yeah, me neither, honestly. Now you said it out loud.
That bag of combos over there was my dinner.
Hey,
The bag of what?
That combos over there on the right of the switcher.
Gross.
Yeah,
Combos.
Kind of.
who likes combos?
And it's the
Get
cheese
out of
kind, not even
here.
the pizza kind.
Combos,
So,
crazy.
Anyone out there in the chat like combos?
Who
Back
likes
me up here.
combos in the chat?
So the other thing we could do is, when I first came to WCIA, after a few severe weather events, I was known to get a fat sandwich just down the street.
Ooh.
Is
I
Steak
I'm
and Shake
allowed to say the name of the sandwich I'd get.
is Steak and Shake even still open? I feel like that they don't stay open.
They used to
anymore.
do that, but I think COVID kind of changed the way they do
Yeah.
that. Let me look up their hours.
Yeah, you look up the hours while this
Oh,
is
I-
this is an interesting comment from Michael, who was watching Chris over at MBD.
Oh, I saw that.
He said, "First time I've ever seen Chris flustered and scared since the Washington tornado."
Because they had to, I think they had to ditch for a minute. I think they had
Did they have to take shelter?
I think that was right when we were about to start our stream,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I didn't
Oh,
see
wow.
how that all ended.
They close at midnight. Steak and Shake.
11:52. Stay open, Steak and Shake.
Where
Stay
else can
open.
you get a
You-
burger at
It-
midnight?
Man,
Anyone working at Steak and Shake right now, if you're on the stream, stay open.
Stay up with us.
Hey,
Got
I'm
a
getting-
number of combos
I'm
comments
getting
here.
my reinforcements
Oh
here. See,
no! Look at
pizza
these
combos.
combo
Ah,
comments.
Drew, they're all
coming
right.
How
in.
long time since that- Do I need to eat a combo on camera? Is that what we need to do?
I think that's the obvious thing we need to do.
I mean, they look like dog food. They look like those little treats. Am I allowed to eat one?
Right here.
You are absolutely allowed to eat one. Come over here on camera 3.
Well, I was
Yeah,
gonna.
you wanna come?
I was gonna put
Oh,
you.
you do that? You gonna eat
Oh,
one,
yeah.
John?
No, I'm not.
Come on. You know you want to.
Show them the bag. Mmm.
Try one, Kevin.
It's not my go-to, but that's all we had in the break room was the cheese.
No thanks.
It kind of reminds me of a Cheez-It in the way.
Yeah, I can see that. I got a
Don't
pretzel.
they have like? Don't they have like? I feel like they're like pizza combos. No, I've had them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No,
pizza
thanks.
ones?
Oh,
No, there you go. Okay. Oh, we can't be doing this. It's not midnight yet.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, folks. I can't believe we're
sorry, boss,
giving
sorry.
you. This is
can't
not
be
the
doing
kind
this.
of coverage that we do. HS says, "I think the storms are over." Super loud and blue, man. Yeah. So like these are just general thunder. There's a lot of lightning though. There was quite a few lightning strikes.
What about Domino's?
I've got some leftover Dominoes in the fridge.
There's always
That might be what I had some Domino's yesterday.
You know,
got
I had
some
pizza
leftover
last
and-
night
Oh,
too.
come on. You got pizza every day.
I can't.
I had some Sonics the other day.
Ooh.
Speaking of Steak and Shake, their burgers are good. Sonics.
I'll be honest, Steak and Shake burgers, they still are
Something
good.
about 'em.
was
I
pretty
love because I like thin.
The steak burgers
I
at
miss
Freddy's.
the old service style they had.
Yeah,
Now it's all self-serve.
Freddy's is good. You
Drew, these are the perks of staying up until 12. Yep.
know. It's after dark.
Love the snack covers. That's right. I can't go through a drive-through anymore.
Yeah, get in trouble for that. Oh, yeah. Somebody said a loud boom over in Mattoon, and yeah,
Wow,
look at that.
yeah.
Look, I was right over Mattoon. You know, it's cool. We can actually you can actually take these and try to bring it right down to street level to see exactly where that lightning strike was. Is our weather camera okay? So that
Yeah,
thing would have
we'll find
been
out.
just north of downtown.
Getting right in off of 45. Yeah.
Amanda Brennan, this is basically an inside look into commercial break discussions between these three.
Brennan's still up.
Hey,
And we're gonna need you in here. Yep,
Gibson City.
we need you in here.
Amanda, hurry up and get us some Steak and Shake before they close.
Can you go to Steak and Shake and grab us a burger here? Weather team's hungry.
Oh yeah, Tilton's got quite a bit of. I got some photos of quite a bit of trees down.
In Tilton, wow. So there's that lightning strike that happened. It looks like right there near Hyatt Avenue.
Let's see if the camera's okay.
This thing is pretty good. So it would have been right there near Hyatt and DeWitt. Ironically,
Camera's still
Pipe.
alive. That is weird.
Hyatt and DeWitt. That was the one lightning strike. But again, look how there's nothing. You know, this is the typical bolt from the blue, except it's dark out. So the
Bolt
one
from
lightning
the
strike.
black.
Bolt from the black. Oh, Freddy's. I bought a bottle of their seasoning, and my kids
Ooh,
eat
Freddy's is
anything I put that on.
Freddie says great. Amanda says
Yeah.
DoorDash.
DoorDash. Oh, Amanda's going to DoorDash us food. In other words, she's the DoorDash delivery driver.
There we go.
Amanda, thank you. Amanda also, and again, not to give away our great bit that we're doing Monday, but Amanda, I don't know that I can hold off on trying the thing that we're going to be trying on WCIA 3 First News and 4 on Monday. It's sitting in there, and I want to go
Drink.
take a drink of
I
it.
shouldn't have said that because that kind
That's
of
okay.
not a food.
Tune in at 4 to find out what we're going to be trying. That everybody else in the station has tried, but I've held off so we can make television so me and Amanda can try it together and give our taste test on it.
I have not had Mountain Dew.
Hey, you're not supposed to give it away. What are you doing? Shh. Shh. Jacob over here just spoiling it.
Sorry. Not paying attention.
He's up
I
here.
have not had fondue in a while either.
I've not had
Jacob.
fondue in a while. And the lightning strikes.
I generally don't drink really soda. We're a water drinking family.
Yeah.
We are not an appetizer family either.
I don't drink a lot of soda, but I drink a lot of Gatorade and lemonade, so I kind of get my sugar intake anyway.
you go.
So I don't know if
You
I'm
know-
helping myself out or not.
Do you know what I could go for right now? And Amanda Brennan, I know, is about to concur with this, but because you made me think of it when you said we're not an appetizer family, but you know what you can get that literally can be an appetizer, a main, and another main? The triple dipper
Honestly,
from Chili's.
Chili's?
Oh man.
And you can choose those three for $18 or whatever, and almost have like 3 meals.
Even the 3 for me, yeah. That
Man.
burger, fries,
It's a
a
deal.
drink,
Yeah.
So good.
and they give you salad. I think before.
Yeah. You can have like a little appetizer. I always get
Yeah,
like
yeah.
chips and
Chips,
salsa. I get
salsa,
a
and
burger
it's-
and my drink.
Yeah, you can. If you feel healthy, you can do broccoli. I mean, it's
It
$10.99.
is so good.
You can't beat that deal.
Yep.
Although here's another good place. I don't know if you've ever heard of BB Bop.
Heard of it.
My wife and I are on a BB Bop kick. So it's up by Walmart in North Prospect, in the little strip mall there next to the Chase Bank. They have, if you like Chipotle, it's Chipotle for Asian food.
Really?
Yeah, super good.
Amanda
Super
says Chili's.
You know what? I can't even say this is true. You know what else sounds good right now?
What's that?
Remember where I was 2 weeks ago? Uncle Monkey.
Uncle
you actually
Monkey.
did enjoy it.
No, I did
I
not.
drove past Illiopolis. And I was like, oh, I should
Illiopolis.
stop by and get some Uncle Monkeys.
Any-
But, I had to get the TVU in Springfield, and I was a little worried about that storm coming out of St. Louis, and it just died. As soon
It
as
did.
Got to Springfield.
Yeah, that early stuff I was a little worried about. It
I know. I was
didn't
like,
do
ooh.
much to us.
Anybody in the chat, also in the chat 2-3 weeks ago when we were talking about Uncle Monkeys? If so, you are a true fan,
A loyal.
a loyal WCA. If you don't know, if you know, you know,
You
as
had
the
to be
kids
there.
say.
Had to be there.
46 weeks.
IYKYK. Happy midnight, ladies and gentlemen. Happy midnight.
Yeah.
Happy midnight. Welcome to midnight.
Just off.
We're here. We're here with you,
Seth, get in here. Get
Seth.
in
Oh,
Well, I
Kevin,
can pull up his camera. There's Seth.
Ah, hey.
There's
Hey.
Seth there.
The tie was a big hit tonight. Not to be lost in
here.
the shuffle here.
What's do you know what's that's from? Is that Missouri?
This is Central Missouri, yeah. Lebanon, Warsaw's in here.
That's my area.
Yeah.
That's
When I
let
saw
me see
the
that here.
when I saw the
Hold on
names
Here, come over here.
when I saw the names on this tie originally, I saw
Lebanon.
like Lebanon
Yeah,
because I
that's-
thought like Lebanon, Warsaw. I'm like, did they just take countries around the world and throw them?
That's my old.
No, I said it's.
But yeah,
44.
this is real.
Okay, time out here. I'm not going to lie. Something is off here.
No, yeah, it is.
Something's off here because here's why. So Lebanon. We. Oh gosh,
nobody's
sorry.
watching.
Sorry. Lebanon. Okay, it's like over here.
Mhm.
Bolivar is not north.
It looks
of-
like it cuts off right here. Yeah, looks like
Oh,
it changes
okay.
the pattern.
Because I was like, yeah, because okay, that makes more sense. They've got like two storms.
Do you recognize that storm, Kevin? Did you cover that storm?
there's no shot.
know-
Are these GR hail?
Okay, those
Indicators?
are GR.
And it's also not a
Those
county-based warning; it's a polygon warning. So
Those
that
are
limits the
GR
time,
there.
right?
Yeah.
Were you down in Missouri when they were still county-based?
Or
were you-
I think they probably did that while I was there.
While you were there,
The
yeah.
transition. Oh boy, folks, look what you're getting here tonight.
That is an out of context screenshot there.
Yeah, right.
Pointing the tie and the
Oh,
combos
man.
too.
Yeah, amazing.
I don't know if my tie's the same as that one, but I have a radar.
Yeah.
Where did you get it, by the way?
It was a Christmas gift, so I'm not really
Yeah,
sure
mine-
they bought
same
it
mine.
online.
Somebody gave me as a gift to the family. I pull it out sparingly.
I kid you not. I hardly ever get messages when I'm on television. I got about 10 today saying nice tie. I'm like,
Tie.
this thing's a hit.
Yeah, that's great.
So,
Yeah, but I get it. Like, should I wear this or not? Is it too much?
and I
Is
tell
it,
people it kind of is eye catching. That's why I don't wear it.
It's different, yeah.
But I don't know. Felt like the right time.
Maybe we should
Whoa.
make ties that have all of the tornadoes.
Speaking of,
Should.
this is kind of crazy, and we're here for it. But what was I just talking about?
Did we just get a warning?
No.
Something about lightning ahead of the storm. Did we really?
Severe thunderstorm warning.
You sure?
Oh no, my phone's catching up.
Yeah. Last
No.
thing I've got is a
But
flood.
where was I talking about?
Missouri, Central Missouri.
Is this
Hey.
Well, hold on here. What am I? Or
I
maybe
just-
maybe I okay.
I just got a blitz of NWS,
Okay.
the INWS thing. So I think they just came late because I just got.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
I'm
gotten
getting
anything.
some too.
I have not gotten anything new.
Yeah, I just started getting some too. So I'm like, what is going on?
Last thing I got was 11:55.
Okay.
So I don't know what's going on.
Margie says you boys need to go to bed now. You're right.
You know what we need to make into a new tie? All of the magenta warnings tonight go onto a tie.
Yeah. No, my face on the confirmed tornado.
I'm gonna print that picture. I'll put it on bed at night. So.
By the way, I don't think
Still producing tornadoes. Look at that. It's up there in
you've
South Bend.
I don't think you've seen it yet, but when you go back and see the coverage of your power flashes and I'm on the wall, I was like,
yeah. Kelly Lindsay posted a video of it for the news.
oh, did she?
I'm gonna
Okay.
bring up that.
I was
one-
like,
I'm gonna bring up that picture again.
well, because you had the camera straight on, so like you just
Yeah.
barely saw it in the first, and then you turned it, and I was like, whoa. I mean, there were four. There was I think at least four
Speaking of
Horrible.
Kelly,
Speaking of Kelly. Oh,
We're still on the stream. So
yeah.
say hi.
Well, you're on.
It's after midnight. Get her out and come on.
We can
Kelly.
punch her
Get
up.
in the midnight fun.
This is the after midnight fun. Oh.
There she is.
Oh, Seth, I think we're covered up. We
Covered
can
up.
see.
yeah. You're on though.
So you can-
There you go.
There we are.
There you go. There you go.
So
Yeah, that-
after midnight, the rules change and we can do whatever we want.
Okay. You guys did a great job. From me
Not
to
bad.
you. No, you had our hearts pounding. I took shelter in the basement.
Did you?
I did. And you know what?
Did you see Matt Metcalf down there?
Kyle was down there too. I go, hi Kyle. Right? So I
did you see-
took what you said.
Well, I was like,
Matt Metcalf lives down there, right?
Matt
Oh,
Metcalf
yeah.
lives-
I can either confirm or deny.
there you go. Yeah, it was a little sketchy there for a second. So
Yeah, it was. I mean, the winds.
Catching
They
some
were.
of the photos when it was coming to town
They were
from this
howling.
side.
Yeah.
Those were pretty interesting. Because I was on the back side of it. I was behind it, but I had
Yeah.
the rain.
well, we heard it, and I was like, whoa! And I hadn't heard cricks and cracks like that in a while, and I was like, oh, it's right here.
Right when you said, those of us here might want to. I said, I heard you.
Yeah.
No way. I'm out. I am
She's
so
going.
out.
And most people won't ever go to our basement because it is a little. What's
You
the
know.
word? A
Questionable.
basement, you know.
Scary.
It's a little dark.
Yeah, you know, a little dark, yeah.
It's a basement.
But it's a place to go.
Shout
So,
out to Jennifer Roscoe for
so.
showing it to me this week.
yeah, there's a good chance there could be a quarter of this place that doesn't know that basement exists.
Oh my god.
Been there a couple times.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever fully explored it.
Oh,
Yeah.
speaking of
Yeah.
shout outs, so not that you asked, but may I share something on
Go
your
for
stream? So an 80-year-old woman called and she was in distress. Her lovely children set up her smart TV for her, but she didn't know how to find live TV.
Oh.
And so I walked her through it as much as possible. She was very concerned about living in Champaign and what the weather conditions were, and she couldn't find live TV. So I found our chief meteorologist, and he spoke to her and calmed her. And
Nice.
she gave prayers and love and blessings to everybody for all your hard work. And that's really what it is. That's what we do. Why we do what we do.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
right.
Yeah. It's nice to tell her that, hey, you're good, and you can just hear the relief,
Yeah.
because she didn't have to worry about the storms anymore. But yeah, we try to reach as many people as we can in all the different, places we try to stream, but there's always still some people that might get left out. And so,
It expired at midnight.
but,
Let me check.
I think that when you can put a name and a face to, being able to help people, it really resonates with them. And so what you guys do is a really important job.
It takes all four of us.
All
does.
four of you. That's
It
true.
really does.
That's true.
All
That's true.
four of us.
I agree.
Well, I didn't mean to jump into your life.
No,
I
you're
didn't really
good.
come in
Well,
for
it's
all
after
this, but-
it's after 5 or after midnight. We're kind of do our thing here. My phone is going nuts with warnings.
INWS, I keep getting. I'm like, what?
I keep
So
getting.
weird. Is it
I-
raining here now? It is.
Yeah.
And then I get a weather call
He's
text for no lighting. What?
He's not like. Oh, he is. I didn't.
Oh, that's Storm Tracker.
Oh, I
Yeah.
just have an audio storm tracker because
Oh yeah. What was going on with
the
that?
batteries.
Just
They
walk
were
over
just
here.
the thing was
Dying?
just off, and it was fine.
Yep.
Like it showed there was power, but then they just died. So
Right.
I need to get a new box
Yes.
of batteries. Just they're probably old or something. But like it's like, oh, you got 3 hours, and then
Yeah.
it's dead. So
I was like, I don't know, because like we saw, your signal never dropped, and so I was like, what is going on? And so yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it is raining here again. Look at that. These little cells, few lightning strikes.
Mm. Hmm?
Uh-oh. Oh, I gotta get
Well,
up.
you got your Indiana County still in try to watch.
Oh yeah, okay. That's
Everyone go to bed. What's that? Is that what did I miss about Springfield? What's the flood advisory there for?
I'm not sure.
ISU got a shelter in place warning, probably because of all the damage.
Yeah. Man, I bet there is. Oh, I think other people might be getting warnings. Are other people getting like warnings?
It's weird
Because somebody just said tornado warning for DeWitt County, and I think, did you get like a note? There's not a tornado warning for DeWitt County, by the way.
Unless they're watching like a playback of the stream. I don't know. No, they can't because we're not done with the stream yet. That wouldn't happen for us.
See, I just keep getting those INWS texts, but I've not had anything on my app notify me.
it's so weird because the last thing I got was 11:55, so I've been on time.
Are you AT&T?
Right.
Ooh, you're AT&T, aren't you?
I'm AT&T. And
That's a bit of a problem if people are getting warnings.
oh, I hope not. Here, can you scroll that down so it's down at the bottom so it keeps updating? We are still on. Yeah.
Of course we are. We're here for fun.
Yes, DeWitt County tornado warning text just came through, so it's there. Oh man.
Must be something with their alert service, probably for the county.
Yeah.
I saw at one point tonight the St. Louis chat said a handful of people did not get the INWS warning. So I don't know if there's some weird sort of outage or problem.
I'm still getting texts. I just got one now.
Yeah.
I said that this morning, 9:30, 7 a.m.
Oh, hang on. Is our page maybe posting stuff too? Or
I doubt it, because that's a
Gosh,
different.
I hope
Oh,
not.
because it's through Max. Okay,
Yeah.
It should.
Yeah,
Irvine County EMA do a damage assessment in Watsika, confirming numerous large trees down in the southeast section of town. The official wind gauge had a 73-mile-an-hour gust.
Wow.
Someone, yeah, AT&T.
AT&T work phone just went off from McLean County. Oh, jeez.
What is happening? That's bizarre. And not good if people are, asleep and see that.
Yeah. No, Connie, no more severe weather here. I think these are just going to be general storms. You're going to have some thunder, some lightning here, but our severe weather threat, because they canceled a tornado
The
watch.
watch is now completely gone.
2. Here's your
They
watch.
just took away
Oh,
the-
Indiana counties is gone. Hey, mom and dad, you can go to bed.
Hey, you know what? We're on still. If people are getting the alerts, our numbers have gone up about 100.
Yeah, because I wonder if people are
no.
tuning in, trying to-
Folks, there are not any warnings. Your phone's going off. There are no warnings. There are no warnings in effect right now. It is 11 a.m. If you're getting something on your phone,
They're seeing it. They're checking. They're getting the alert. They're going in and checking. Oh, what's going on?
what's going on now?
And we're here.
Yeah. Boy, imagine if they tuned in
This
during
is why we stay after midnight. Yeah, we're eating combos.
Eating combos. They were probably, what is going
Show the storm.
on? So crazy. Yeah, I'm just getting. I'm still getting things.
Yeah, I'm still in as well.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, folks, there are no active warnings. Severe weather threat done. Just some general thunderstorms. Still got some lightning strikes here.
And I
But
wonder if people are, if you go back to the chat comments there, Seth, I wonder if people are saying,
tornado warning, U of I campus. Oh my goodness, Jordan, no, there's not a
It's
tornado
AT&T.
warning. Yeah.
Apple Watch just went off. Or they're getting text. How are they getting? Is it text
Yeah, what are
or
they
is it the
signed up?
wireless emergency alerts? That's what I want to know. Are you getting a text message? How are you getting that text message? Is
Yeah.
it weather call?
Are you
Is
getting
it
a
a county alert?
yeah, how are you
system?
signed up for your alerts? I don't think it's WIA. That would be pretty
Oh,
crazy.
got a text from the university.
So they
Text
sent out
from
a
the
line item earlier, but I
university.
wonder if there was some sort of delay in the system.
Just
Received the warning, it ended right after.
oh my goodness. Well,
So I think there's some sort of
yeah, I don't even know who to blame for that. Because is that a cell phone company? Is that the individual service?
Alani alert. So I got the Alani alert text on AT&T. I remember seeing that come on. Somebody said signed up through the DeWitt County alert system. Verizon's working. Email showed the Alani alert hours ago. I bet there's some sort of AT&T.
So,
We always like to blame AT&T.
Yeah.
It's after midnight. We can say things.
And I'm still getting more stuff coming. This is wild. Now, if you look at them, the times are going to be,
Right.
tornado warning till 8:45 until 9:15. So, yeah, it does seem like it's a lot of AT&T people that are getting these delayed alerts. So, not us. Not us. But did anybody get a weather call? Anybody sign up for weather
Apple
call?
Weather has sent alerts that were delayed as well.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, definitely. Imagine getting woken up at 12:14 a.m. tornado warning. And you're
After the storms
like,
already
after the
left, and you heard
storms.
us say, "All clear."
step outside to look and
It's
Yeah.
that.
it's 40 degrees.
It's 40
out.
degrees.
Like, what's happening?
Wind chill.
Well, I mean, a couple weeks ago, the hail was falling. It was,
Right.
45 degrees. Oh, normally you think I'm clear, and then it's baseball. It's falling out of the sky. So I'm having issues with social media right now with posts and things not going through.
What's going on?
The internet. So
Power's out at ISU campus, says Sade. Talia says that's why I use T-Mobile. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Thunder and White Heath, good sleeping weather. You're right. This is actually the perfect sleeping weather. Little thunder, rumble, little moderate rain, no severe weather. An alley over here. I've got cricket. No warnings on my phone.
oh, here's rain camera from Gibson City.
Ooh.
So on the right, you'll see.
Oh.
And then they lose power.
Oh.
So.
Well, power flash.
Thanks for clearing that up. I can go back to bed.
Hey, I said her name right. First try. How about that?
How do you say it?
I think I said Talia.
Talia?
Talia Carroll. Hi, Talia. Like that right there. You said my name right. And Alyssa, storm's done for McLean County. No power in Bloomington by Hy-Vee. Oh, man. My wife didn't want to go get groceries because.
I love me Hy-Vee. It's good.
Yeah. Still just raining there. No more storms now. There might be a lightning strike or two. Drew wants to know if we can see those pictures. Nando heading to Green Street Cafe. I know, old Fernando.
Where's Green Street Cafe at?
Just down the street. It's over by DP Dough.
Oh.
Oh.
DP Dough's open.
Great place to get food. Calzones rock.
Or there's also a Pizza by the Slice right around the corner here. Is it Antonio's? Is that what it is? It's that little house next, across the street from, just before you get to the gas station.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, sometimes when you need a slice of pizza,
That reminds me, you're gonna like this of that scene from The Office, where it's like, did you get Antonio's pizza or pizza by Antonio?
Or it's Alfredo's pizza or
Oh,
pizza by
yeah.
Alfredo.
Pizza by Alfredo. Oh,
What would you rather have? A large amount of good pizza or a medium amount of really good pizza?
medium
amount of really good pizza.
Talia, me and my husband are cracking up. Shout out to Lee and your husband for watching us at 12:17 a.m. on this Saturday morning.
How about this idea?
I think we need some WCIA 3 weather team merch. Would love to rep you guys.
We get NIL.
Get NIL. Haley, I love it. Let's go. Send that to our boss.
Quickly, too, please.
Yeah.
DP Dough shout out.
DP Dough, Taco Bell. I don't know.
More medium amount of good pizza.
Large amount of good pizza, says Lou. Well, folks, here we are. Is there really still 1,500 people watching?
The person who sent that ring video.
Oh, I sent that video of the ring camera from Gibson.
Yes.
My sister and I were going to take shelter. She saw the flash while we were trying to get into the door and had no idea what it was. My friend sent that ring camera video half an hour later. Scary experience to be outside during. Yeah, of course.
Wow.
The Midwestern, well, let's go outside and see if we can see anything. I mean, we know how it is. We do it too. What'd she say?
Mary Ann's?
Scroll up a little bit. I would totally rock WCIA merch. Talia again for the win. Yes.
saying. I'm not reading any new comments that you're reading on.
And I know exactly the first picture that we're going to sell.
The first picture that we're going to sell on a shirt.
I don't think they can see that.
Now I'm getting ready to pull it up. Is going to be me with the look on my face of what?
Or the time that Kevin stood on TV for 15 seconds and didn't.
No. You guys are all doing it wrong. It's me when our certain creative director crashed the drone into the side of a building.
That was so good.
That's the one.
Oh,
all right, guys.
Boom.
And then the classic next star.
$5,000.
As the drone crashes, the little live bug that says Sky 3 drone, it also just
disappears. Sky 3 drone.
So sad.
Gone.
A little pressy.
All right, let's see here. Let's scroll back to the comments.
What town you were in when that happened?
I was in
You were in Clinton. You were in Clinton, I think.
No, it wasn't Clinton.
There's some big almost.
It was
square.
Sullivan. It was on the square. I think it was Sullivan. I think it was.
Oh. They have the blue fire trucks.
Oh, yikes.
Check back on it. You heard that.
Wait
don't click it.
Yeah, don't click.
Was it Sullivan that had the blue fire trucks? Who had those? Someone had a uniquely colored fire truck.
Can't remember.
I thought that was the same night.
Anyways, there's other photos that I haven't.
Shout out Nando.
I think Kevin side eye when he's like, "What?" He's on TV. I gotta dig that clip up. Find out where that went.
I've got a sticker made.
Scroll up. I want to see that one comment. Scroll up a little bit. Oh, there's Talia again. We walked outside right before it got bad with the sirens going off and went from laughing to, oh, you know what?
Oh, what, Kevin?
Oh.
It's after midnight.
Oh,
yeah,
darn.
It's after midnight. FCC does not regulate
the internet. You are correct.
Okay, somebody says, yes, it's Sullivan has blue fire trucks. I have the sticker of Seth. Do you remember when I was driving and Kevin was passenger and we were in Shelby County?
Oh, there's that one too.
First
Yeah.
off, I almost hit the deer. Yeah. But then number two, I'm driving through blinding rain, and Kevin in one hand has a slushie.
Yeah, slushie,
and the other hand has a slice of pizza.
Yeah.
There you go. There's the sticker.
Yep.
Yo, I love that. Can we get that on camera? Is that gonna pop up?
All right, hold on. Now,
there it is.
Bring it back. It's not in focus.
It's close enough.
Okay. Yeah, kind of.
Oh, maybe not. Okay.
Yeah,
that's too bad.
Yeah.
There, do camera 3. Maybe it'll look better.
That's true.
Hold on. Yeah, the focus is off.
Can you email stickers? You can email it and then talk about it. That deserves to be on a graphic.
It does.
You guys keep my autistic son calm. We're here to inform, but also after midnight, entertain. Yeah, no warnings. No warnings are in effect.
Yay. Oh, there's a second good one too.
There's so many.
Why do I have so many? Jacob screenshots too much stuff of me.
I don't think it's me that's doing all of it. I literally think Seth's doing it.
I get the stick.
Seth does, yeah. Seth gets some good ones.
I got one of myself too when I was on air when I shouldn't have been. Nothing bad, but it's also. Oh, they're not showing up.
That's pretty fitting there.
Pointed towards Gibson from Loda. Oh.
There it is.
What is that? Okay. Hold on.
That picture right there, just.
All right. So explain to the folks what
in the 20s tomorrow?
What they're looking at here. What this was when I didn't realize I was on the air for 15 seconds.
Yes.
Right?
TV
I was looking at the TV in the distance that was on a 15-second delay.
I think you left it home that day.
Uh,
There's a reason you didn't have it on.
yes.
So.
Yes.
The other
Oh,
one.
there's no. Sorry.
I was
Hold
on
on.
air during an intro, and it was just on me. I'm like, oh, fine.
Hey, how about a couple of weeks ago at the end when we flashed the camera fist bumping?
That one was good too.
I forgot to go grab that one
We love our.
because you were in McLean County and on those storms, Kevin.
Yeah.
And we took a break because we did the 4 and we let sports have their time because of the Illinois, and then we.
And it rolled like the severe weather bug,
Yeah.
as if the show was over. And then a split second, we just gave nucks, and then it went back to air.
It
I'm
did.
like, oh,
And for whatever reason, they didn't take the commercial break during.
that's right. It was just like stuff.
So it was just. I was like, what? Somebody said that's the image I think of when Kevin's voice comes on and tells me a severe weather alert is happening.
Oh,
Is Seth's Tire Radar? It is.
it is. Radar of Central Missouri.
From Bolivar, Missouri, and Lebanon, Missouri. Okay.
I'm interested to hear if there's any.
I'm going to give it 5 more minutes, and then
Containers.
I'm calling it a night. 5 minutes, and I'm calling it a night. 12:30. Get your last minute questions in or any reports, because
Yeah, I'm gonna be curious.
I've had a long past couple days.
All right, bets on how many tornadoes are confirmed.
Oh man, how many tornadoes are confirmed? Good question.
What's the over/under, Kevin?
Over under. I mean, geez, like.
6.5.
Oh, I'll take over on 6.5.
Over 10 or 15, I think.
I will take over on 6.5. Now,
Statewide.
again,
How much
Statewide.
I-
Are we doing
here's-
statewide or viewing area?
viewing area, but
How much gets
this is not to I'm just being real.
Right.
And this is what I'm being real about is, will Chicago send a crew on a weekend down to Ford County
I think they will.
all the way? I think maybe
They're going to
maybe
go
well.
Milford. They're going to go Loda.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully they do. 'Cause I know sometimes they use the emergency managers to, hey,
That's true.
what did you see? What do you got? You know what I mean? So I don't know. Now, again, I will say this. The Chicago Weather Service did one of the best tornado surveys I've ever seen
Kankakee.
on the Kankakee
Phenomenal.
tornado. I've never seen anything
And,
like it.
They got every single twist and turn.
Every
on all of
single,
those.
I've never seen a track like down to the, well, the wind decided to blow for 13 seconds out of the southwest, and it turned it this much. Here's the path. That thing's incredible.
Drew said he'll bet a bag of combos.
Betting a bag of combos. There you go.
She said, if you want to find out more about how those surveys are done.
Ah, that's right. These are 2 teases here. We've teased the Gibson City flood. Now we've got how storm surveys are done. Why one tornado is rated one thing to another. Combos.
Sustenance.
We in combos now.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be, and again, I think there's going to be more damage tomorrow. People are going to go out and be like, well,
Probably.
yeah,
Especially
Joanne, the
with
tree's
Plains,
down
Fort
over
Iroquois.
there.
Well,
Yeah,
Iroquois probably the most.
yeah, Fort Iroquois.
And then some sporadic pockets here and there.
Yeah, I mean McLean. You're really going to be curious about
I bet that was a tornado.
what they had up there. I mean, power outage still. Whoa. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong number. I was like, whoa. Sorry, man, my eyes. It's getting late here. I thought there's 15,000 customers without power in Iroquois County. I was about to be like, that's everyone. Still 10,000 out in McLean.
Holy cow, look at our comments. Look at all these. There's like 1 million coming in. You see that? All these timestamps are the exact same. Look at the comments we just got. All of them.
I'm sure that's probably
part of the.
Oh, is this the AT&T thing?
AT&T thing. I was literally going to say that. Some sort of
All right,
cyber
well, I don't
warfare
know.
action happening out there.
Thank you for staying. I don't know. Maybe these just all were the late night show. Maybe they just all were. I don't know. I don't know all the comments.
Someone talking about Thunder in St. Joe. Yeah, that might be it. And now people talking about condos.
I think that's a bunch because look at the time stamps on them, all within 5 seconds.
The second, yeah.
North of Colfax had grain bin parks in the ditches.
Yeah, that McLean County stuff looked good on radar. Some of the best looking stuff.
Ellsworth. I thought, oh, Gibson's in trouble.
Well, that was the first. And here's the thing: on some of these spin ups, it's hard to get a TDS on those. Because it would have to be at the exact scan,
right?
Because
it more just kind of scoops debris,
throws it up, and because it's not continuing to be lofted by you would have to have got it on the scan. So it's hard to get TDSs on QLCS tornadoes. It's it can be really tough. So yeah, but the McLean County one, I was like, oh, there it is. Well, it is 12:30, and I think it's time to wrap things up here. Call it a day. Call it a night. Call it a morning.
That's incredible. We have 1,500 people still watching us, considering all the things we've been doing over the last 4 years.
Well, folks, thanks for tuning in here.
Fun. Come on in, Seth.
Wrapping things up here tonight on the late night show. Here we go. That's going to do it here for us here tonight. And we're not framed up at all on this. Should I just move over here? There we go. Give it better framing. Thanks for tuning in here. So, it's what you get with coverage here on a Friday night. What everyone wants to do on a Friday night, I'm sure. But I don't know how you wouldn't want to watch this kind of coverage. You had power flashes on the air. Multiple.
Rolling into Champaign.
West side of Champaign. So, yeah, guys. Pretty crazy.
Do you want to know something really funny I just now realized?
What's that?
My microphone is not dialed up.
No.
I think that's just been since we switched, but I don't know if my witty quips have made it.
Connie says it's only showing 6 people watching, 7. She's probably watching on a certain
She's
platform, but
she's
our
probably watching
our
like
software takes all 20 places.
Yeah, because
considering it's 7, she's probably watching on my Facebook.
Yeah, right. So it takes all because it's streaming to all of our Facebook pages, some of our X pages, the news page, the YouTube pages,
Even on a Twitch channel.
It's streaming. So the number we see is an aggregated number from all of the streaming sources. So whatever page you're watching on, that's 7. That's all
Combos for the win, according to DJ Fire.
There you go.
Yep, I am stuff.
Yeah, so that makes sense. I have the least
We
followers.
have fun, don't we?
We do.
Had fun for having to cover severe weather. Yeah, there you go.
Pleasure doing business with y'all.
Hey, listen, definitely. There'll be a. It's only April. What is it? This day?
17th.
17th.
Or no, 18th now. 18th
April
now.
17th.
Oh, happy birthday to my wife. It's her birthday now.
Oh,
What do you get her?
She got a new purse.
Listen, I got my wife a new purse one time, and
She picked it out
I was
for
on
herself.
cloud 9 for months. And if she got mad at me, I said, "Hey, honey, your purse looks really nice." Oh, thank you.
There you go. We know all the tricks.
That's like
now.
the secret to get out of the doghouse. New purse.
gotta write that one down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think I got mine in 75% off too for it.
Well, that's important.
She's not great. So.
All right, guys. Any final thoughts before we sign off here?
Carrie says combos are the best. I think that's the best way to wrap it up.
There you go. But at this point, I'm like, do I just go home and go to bed and wake up and have breakfast? Or
I was thinking, this town needs a Waffle House.
boy, I wish there was a Waffle House. Somebody
Waffle
franchise a Waffle House here, please.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I drove by the buffet corner in Springfield between the Golden Corral and Pizza Ranch. I thought that's pretty nice. We don't have a buffet thing in town here, do we?
Nope.
Unfortunate.
Nope.
Probably because the U of I students would just chow down and demolish it.
Mary Ann's is a
That's a good one.
Waffle House
That's a good
look alike.
Good one there, yeah.
But yeah. So Yeah, no more severe weather here for tonight, despite
For a
anything, and for a while, right? Kind of catch a break. April 23rd, next Thursday, is Weathering the Storm.
We're gonna teach you all about severe weather in case you don't
Yeah,
know about it already.
if you don't know about it, if you've not had it in the first 10 rounds that we've had so far this season. Also, I'm really looking forward to once we do get the tornado count from this event. Are we to 100 Illinois tornadoes?
No kidding.
Which
We're way in
we
the
were
lead
like
right now.
60, I'm pretty sure, coming into, and this past week, who knows?
There have been others
so-
during the week too.
Yeah, so who knows? And we are leading the country. We were leading the country coming into this week. We'll see. There were obviously quite a few in other parts of the country this week, but we were definitely leading the country by quite a bit. So maybe we still are. So we'll see.
We're number one, something more than taxes.
Oh boy. Before we get any more trouble, we decide to sign off here. So thanks for joining us.
Oh, I gotta go back to the computer to turn it off.
I was gonna come over here and fade to radar. All right, guys, tell your friends this is where the severe weather coverage is top notch, and you get a little extra entertainment at the end. So, have a good one,